Chapter 221. Thousand-Year Ice quietly swallowed his breath and looked at the young man, smiling harmlessly. His clear blue eyes were so vivid that just looking at them seemed to clear the mind. The young man, who was staring straight at him with those eyes, did not appear particularly strong on the outside. He wore a leather tunic, the kind mercenaries typically wore. The quality of his weapon also did not seem particularly high. However, despite appearing to be barely of age, the aura emanating from him was enough to make even Thousand-Year Ice fall silent with chills. He hesitated. Should he confront this young man, who stood in his way with a weapon in hand? Or should he heed his words and quietly turn back? The deliberation did not last long. Thousand-Year Ice spread his hand wide. Crack! Tiny ice granules gathered beneath his palm, clumping together and beginning to take shape. At first it was just a small sphere, but the ice rapidly transformed, growing larger and larger in an instant. What was created was, boom! A massive axe so enormous that it dwarfed Thousand-Year Ice's already towering height of 8 feet. The Divine Ice Axe, Chinese letter. An axe so enormous that one could hardly believe it could be wielded properly. Thousand-Year Ice easily slung it over his shoulder and growled in a low voice. "I don't know who you are, but I'd appreciate it if you stepped aside." However, Ilibin made a troubled hum and shrugged. "I see you're not inclined to believe me after all." "What are you talking about?" "I mean, for your sake." The air was already thick with tension, snow swirling wildly as he gathered all his magical energy in preparation for battle. Yet, Ilibin remained as calm as ever. Even in the face of Thousand-Year Ice's murderous intent, he appeared completely unfazed. Thousand-Year Ice furrowed his brow deeply. No matter how kind-hearted he might be, he was still immensely proud of his strength. It was a power bestowed upon him by the god he worshipped. He fully recognized that the young man with blue eyes was strong. But Ilibin's serene expression made him feel as if his power was being dismissed too easily. Tusk! A warrior's pride and competitive spirit burned fiercely in Thousand-Year Ice's chest. Then Ilibin's voice rang out again. "I truly mean this. I'm stopping you not just for his sake, but for yours as well." "Why?" "Because if you go there now—" The corners of Ilibin's lips, which had held a smile until now, suddenly turned cold. "You will die." As if he were merely mentioning grass by the roadside, he spoke of Thousand-Year Ice's death far too lightly. At that moment, Thousand-Year Ice could no longer hold back. Rumble! What? At the sudden sound, Thousand-Year Ice instinctively turned his head. There was a cliff. Just moments ago, it had been a pristine white landscape covered in eternal snow. But now it had a massive indentation, as if something had gripped it tightly. A deep scar marred the once pristine cliffside. And it didn't end there. Rumble! The impact triggered a massive avalanche from the snowy peaks beyond. Thousand-Year Ice stared blankly at the unfolding disaster. You've already died once just now." At some point, Ilibin had moved right in front of him, and Thousand-Year Ice flinched in shock. Startled, he instinctively stepped back and swung his Divine Ice Axe with all his strength. Boom! As the axe cleaved through the air, the atmosphere froze along its path, leaving a trail of destruction. Everything in its trajectory was mercilessly crushed. Pure destruction. Then, boom! A massive crater formed, piercing through the swirling white snow. But unfortunately, Thousand-Year Ice's attack did not even graze Ilibin. Well, Ilibin was already behind Thousand-Year Ice. He sighed softly and whispered into his ear. "You really don't listen, do you?" "What?" Thousand-Year Ice reflexively tried to swing his divine ice axe again. "Stop!" Unlike before, the voice that fell upon the snowy ground was chillingly eerie. Thousand-Year Ice's movements halted against his will. No, he was stopped. The only thing he could move was his eyes. He rolled his gaze to look at Alibin. The same harmless smile, the same clear blue eyes. Just as before. And yet, Thousand-Year Ice felt something entirely different from him. Something he should never have perceived. His heart pounded wildly as he widened his eyes. "By now, I think I've said enough for you to understand, don't you think, Thousand-Year Ice? I don't believe I've been unclear. If you want to stop me from going, wouldn't killing me be the easiest way?" At those words, Alibin gave a cold smile. "Oh, believe me, I'd love to. If it were up to me, I'd kill you right this instant." But he wouldn't want that. "That's the only reason I'm not doing it. That's why you're still alive. You should be grateful." Thousand-Year Ice opened his mouth to retort. But he never got the chance to finish. His throat was seized by Alibin's hand. Gah! Thousand-Year Ice's physique was massive compared to Alibin. He was easily 2 feet taller, and his sheer body mass was incomparable. And yet he was powerless. He couldn't even resist, as he was gripped like a doll. And then he saw it. A dark gleam within those blue eyes. Thousand-Year Ice immediately recognized the emotion. It was rage. Thick, visceral rage. A fury that had emerged from the depths of the abyss. Thousand-Year Ice could not comprehend it. Why did this young man? Why did he harbor the kind of wrath one could only obtain after reaching the very end of hell? But there was no time to think. Soon that thick, suffocating fury poured into Alibin's voice. "Be ashamed of your ignorance, fool. GHK. You people looking at this sight. Drip. Stuffing your mouths with delicious food. Crack. And playing these ridiculous games. Do you even know who makes that possible?" His words poured down like grinding teeth. With each sentence piling up, Thousand-Year Ice's movements gradually ceased. Gah! At the final moment, as he stared into the deep, suffocating fanaticism lurking beneath the thick wrath. Huff, huff, huff. The moment he was released from Alibin's grip, he collapsed onto the ground, rolling. Desperately, he shoved oxygen into his lungs. Just to stay alive, to keep living. Well, this is rather unfortunate. As Thousand-Year Ice slowly regained his senses, the young man came back into his sight. Once again, he wore the same friendly smile as when they first met. "In any case, if you go to where that flute sound is coming from, it will be truly dangerous, so please try not to go. Understand? If you die, he would really regret it." Pat pat. As if he truly cared, his voice carried a warmth that echoed in Thousand-Year Ice's ears. Then, after tapping Thousand-Year Ice's shoulder a couple of times, Alibin. "Well then, I'm counting on you, Thousand-Year Ice." Flashed a sculpted smile, one last time before turning away. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, the blue-eyed young man vanished as if he had never existed. Staring at the empty space he left behind. Who on earth is he? Thousand-Year Ice muttered absent-mindedly. Alon stepped out of the dome-shaped building and immediately returned to the passage leading to the horizon, organizing the information he had gathered. Aberration and reversal of heaven, and he recalled the contents of the parchment inside his cloak. Reach the 5th rank, is it? Even for someone like him, who could read ancient script, certain words seemed oddly placed. But that first line, he remembered it clearly. The 5th rank. The phrase itself was not difficult to understand. In fact, for Alon, who had never had a clear benchmark for his techniques, it seemed like a reasonable goal to aim for. However, separate from that, The fact that the term fifth rank had been used at all was what puzzled him. What Alan had been pursuing until now were traces of true mages. And although the true mages of the forgotten age of gods had some connections to modern mages, those connections were faint at best. Moreover, to his knowledge, true mages never used a ranking system. Yet here it was, appearing in this context. Feeling an odd sense of incongruity, Alan pondered for a while. Well, once I finish my business in the north, I'll be seeing Kilris frequently, so I can ask the when I return. Clearing his thoughts, he then recalled the words spoken in that abyssal voice. Aberration. He had heard that term before, but back then he hadn't paid it much mind. Yet today, the moment he heard the word aberration, a particular thought crossed Alan's mind. Could it be that the aberration they spoke of referred to people like him? Of course, it was only a possibility, but the probability wasn't zero. As he continued mulling over this, a voice called out, "My lord, Yusha." At some point, Yusha had appeared, standing at the entrance of a distant cave. Before he knew it, he had already reached the outside. "My lord, are you all right?" Her eyes were filled with worry. "I'm fine." "For someone fine, you have bloodstains." At the slight tremble in her voice, Alan shook his head to reassure her. "I'm fine. I wasn't in a fight, just had a brief moment where it was necessary." Even with his words, Yusha couldn't easily shake off her concern. So Alan deliberately changed the subject. "More importantly, have you finished everything you needed to do?" "Ah, yes, I've completed all the investigations." "Is that so? Did you find everything you were looking for?" "Yes." "I see. I was going to tell you to check out the altar inside, but I suppose it wasn't particularly significant." Hearing that, Yusha hesitated briefly before breaking into a small smile. "Well, it's true that we've finished, but should we check it out just in case?" "If you've already finished your investigation, there's no need to go out of your way." "That's true, but since you brought it up, I think it's worth looking at." "No need. You're already tired from waiting for me, so let's just head back." Alan thought he was being considerate of her, but Yusha, who had been smiling lightly just moments ago, suddenly pouted slightly. Alan raised an eyebrow at the sudden change. Apparently displeased, Yusha pouted even more before letting out a small sigh. "Tab." Then she lightly grabbed the sleeve of Alan's robe and looked up at him. Without saying a word, just quietly, Alan's usually composed expression slightly wavered in confusion. Yet Yusha remained silent, simply gazing up at him. Squeeze, squeeze. And subtly, she started tugging at his sleeve. At that moment, Alan finally realized that Yusha was wordlessly protesting. A cold sweat ran down Alan's back. He understood that she was protesting about something, but he had no idea what exactly it was. What is it? Which part upset her? He racked his brain for an answer. Then suddenly, a past conversation came to mind. "When we went to see the evening primroses last time, I didn't say anything but—" He recalled something she had mentioned when they traveled from Tyria to Caliban. Then, glancing at Yusha, whose cheeks were slowly puffing out as if she herself hadn't fully realized it. "All right, we'll check it before we leave." He carefully submitted his answer. "And let's do that, my lord." As if nothing had ever happened, Yusha's face instantly brightened into a radiant smile. Was that the right answer? Watching her, Alan let out a silent sigh. Chapter 222. The day after investigating the altar inside the cave with Yusha and returning to the forward base, Alan heard some rather peculiar stories from Daves. "You didn't engage in battle with the barbarians." No, for some reason, the barbarians were nowhere to be found. Moreover, there were traces suggesting that an outer god had suddenly appeared. An outer god appeared. Yes. Deus recalled the scene he had witnessed while waiting, wondering if the absence of the barbarians was some kind of trap. Just like the last time when Ultholtus descended, the sky had turned red for a brief moment. But then at some point, it simply disappeared. Disappeared. Yes, just like when you dealt with Ultholtus last time, the red sky remained for a while before returning to normal. Ahem. Alon stroked his chin in thought. From what Deus described, it seemed that an outer god had appeared but was subsequently eliminated. The question was, who did it and how? As he pondered for a while, a hypothesis came to Alon's mind. Could the barbarians have taken care of the outer god? When Ultholtus appeared, he had been revered by the barbarians. Though he was actually known as a monstrous deity, at that time he had manifested as a god of the wilds. However, if the outer god who appeared in the north, this time was not Ultholtus, it was entirely possible that the barbarians had clashed with it in hostility. Even if the outer god had not fully manifested due to a lack of time, it still wouldn't have been easy for the barbarians to defeat it. But if they had thousand-year ice, then it might have been possible. Thousand-year ice. A formidable warrior who, upon joining as an ally, would relentlessly talk about the horizon. Recalling this individual, Alon nodded, thinking that his hypothesis was quite reasonable. There was a reason he was called a powerhouse. Thousand-year ice was incredibly strong, especially with his ability to create and infinitely regenerate ice root, a material that was worthless as a weapon to anyone else, but became overwhelmingly dangerous when wielded by thousand-year ice. When he joined as an ally and accompanied me through the labyrinth, things became so much easier. Since his default attacks were area of effect, thousand-year ice had been an invaluable companion during gameplay. Lost in these thoughts for a moment, Alon soon realized that Deus was still waiting for an answer and replied, "Thank you for the information." "It was nothing. What do you plan to do now, Marquis?" "Since all my business here is done, I plan to make a stop somewhere before heading back down." "I see." Deus showed a hint of disappointment. However, he quickly adjusted his expression and stepped back. After exchanging brief farewells, Alon stepped outside. And immediately, he witnessed something unusual. "Is this how you do it?" "It's slightly off, but close enough. Now, you just need to pray 3 times a day." "Will this really grant me power?" "You mustn't doubt it. Praying while harboring doubt is meaningless." Reinhardt awkwardly forming a seal with his hands and Silly teaching him. "Is that so?" "Yes, the Lord only grants power to those who fully believe in him." "But the God you're talking about is actually Marquis Palacio." "That's blasphemous. You must not speak his name so carelessly." Silly shouted so loudly that it seemed as if the world trembled, causing Reinhardt to flinch involuntarily. "But I've always called him that." "That doesn't matter anymore. You've decided to believe, haven't you?" "I mean believing and calling Marquis Pal." "You've decided to believe, haven't you?" "I'm just saying that believing is one thing, but Pal." "You've decided to believe, haven't you?" Silly leaned in closer to Reinhardt, her sharp gaze glimmering ominously. As Alon observed this bizarre scene, his vision was suddenly obstructed by a figure. It was Mark, the 5th Sword of Caliban. "Right, I've decided to believe." "Then you shouldn't be speaking that way, should you?" Mark, who had stepped out of the barracks as usual, spotted Silly and silently moonwalked back inside without a sound. Alon couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed by the discreet movement. Should I grant Reinhardt a little power? Thinking that he might actually need to do it, Alon began preparing for departure. A few hours later, Alan boarded a carriage to return to Caliban. When he had first arrived here, he had been accompanied by a large number of people. But on the way back, only Alan's party was traveling. Yusha stayed behind to handle some unexpected business for Rosario, and Aliban remained to finish an unfinished dungeon raid, I suppose. Aliban, who had looked regretful, and Yusha, who had smiled warmly while waving goodbye. And then, I still have people left to convert. I'll finish my evangelizing and then follow later. Silly, who had enthusiastically declared her determination. Thinking about this for a moment, Alan soon closed his eyes and entered a state of contemplation. Thanks to his consistent training since learning how to meditate, Alan could now enter a contemplative state at will with ease. Familiar with the process, he checked the divinity of Caliban. Was it due to Silly's efforts? The divinity shone far brighter than before. Lowering his gaze, Alan spotted one of the many stars connected to Silly. A very faint one. But unmistakably, it was a star within the divinity of Caliban, Reinhardt's faith. He had marked it earlier while Reinhardt was being fervently recruited, thinking of rewarding him for his unexpected efforts. Though with how faint this is, even if I grant him power, he might not be able to use it properly. According to Caliban, while it was Alan's role to bestow power, whether it could be used depended on the recipient. For example, even if Alan granted someone 100 units of divine power, if they did not truly believe in him, they wouldn't be able to use it. Even if they did gain the ability to use it, they wouldn't be able to freely take power from Alan. From then on, they would have to expend divine power generated by their own faith in Alan. In other words, once Alan granted power, the recipient had to sustain themselves through their own faith. And a portion of the divine power they generate also gets returned to me. The more I learn about faith, the more it feels suspiciously like a multi-level marketing scheme. Anyway, the point was, even if Alan bestowed power, Reinhardt wouldn't be able to use it unless he truly believed. After pondering for a moment, he thought, well, I already decided to give it to him anyway. He firmly grasped Reinhardt's star. At that moment, as Alan willed it, the divinity of Caliban began flowing into the star. But then a problem arose. Oh no, I gave him too much. Since it was his first time transferring power this way, Alan ended up giving Reinhardt slightly more divine power than he had intended. Alan let out a sigh. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Reinhardt's star, once faint, now shone brightly. Clicking his tongue as he looked at it, Alan also infused divine power into Silly. Thinking about it, she had been working so hard for him. Even if it was voluntary, it felt a bit wrong not to reward her in some way. Besides, although Silly already had an abundance of divine power, he figured he should at least give her a little more than Reinhardt. At last, as soon as Alan opened his eyes after channeling all the divine power as he intended, Evan spoke up. Marquis, are we really heading east instead of going straight back to Caliban? Yes, but we won't be leaving the northern region, and it won't take more than a few days. As he answered, Alan organized in his mind what he needed to acquire. After traveling for about 2 days. Wow, Marquis, you have an uncanny knack for finding places like this. Do I? Yes, I have no idea how you even learn about these locations. Interesting. Meow. Alan's group had arrived at a massive cave, nestled beneath a towering cliff in the oppressive, snow-covered mountains. Although Silly had been making efforts, recently, the faith in Alan among the Eclipse Knights had been naturally declining. Most of them had seen Alan's power with their own eyes, and thanks to his proclamation that he would bestow power upon the devout, many had begun to worship him. Moreover, since there was already a living testament to his power, Silly, who could wield it, their faith had initially strengthened. However, that faith had started to wane over time. The reason was simple. Nothing was changing. It didn't help that other knightly orders viewed the eclipse knights with suspicion. But the bigger issue was that, no matter how devoutly they prayed, aside from Silly, none of them were able to manifest any true miracles. As a result, their belief was gradually eroding. Even Reinhardt, who was stationed at the northern front with Deus, was no exception. Or rather, he had struggled to worship Marquis Palacio as a god from the very beginning. The reason was obvious and undeniable. Marquis Palacio was still alive. Of course, Reinhardt had seen it. He had personally witnessed the Marquis descend as a god. In fact, he had been one of the very first to see the Marquis awaken as a deity. At that moment, Reinhardt had felt a sense of awe toward him. But in the end, it was only awe. It never turned into faith. After all, he had interacted with the human Marquis Palacio multiple times. Because of that familiarity, he simply couldn't bring himself to worship the Marquis as a god. Moreover, while Reinhardt had a grasp on the residual effects of achieving mastery with the sword, he couldn't quite wrap his head around divine power. No matter how much Silly forced him to pray, he never felt as though divine power was accumulating within him, and with each failed attempt, his faith only weakened further. Thus, I should never have let myself be tempted. There were times when he wanted to punch himself for giving in to Silly's seductive words. If you use divine power, you might be able to defeat my brother. Oh, and he had also found a comrade in suffering. Before this campaign, he had only spoken to Mark, the fifth sword, a handful of times in official settings. But now they had formed a strange sense of spiritual kinship. Because Mark, just like Reinhardt, was also being forced to pray. Regardless, Reinhardt, who had recently been enduring a rather tormenting daily life, had finally received a lesson on how to use divine power from Silly. Though to be precise, it was less of a lesson and more of a brief tip. Believe in him, visualize lightning, and think about how you want to use it. Then it will come forth. If that's too hard, just believe in him and visualize lightning. Somehow, it'll work out. It wasn't much of a tip at all. Frankly, Reinhardt could have easily come up with something just as vague himself. And naturally, he failed to use divine power. But he wasn't particularly disappointed. After all, he had never truly believed, so it made sense that he couldn't wield it. So when he was deployed to the front lines again, facing the returning barbarians, and Silly urged him to try using divine power again, Reinhardt merely dismissed it. Even when hundreds of barbarians charged at him, he drew his sword without any special thoughts, until he suddenly remembered Silly's words, and just for the sake of experimenting, closed his eyes. He had already admitted and accepted that he couldn't use divine power. However, despite that, the thought of what if surfaced once more, leading him to try it one last time. Because if nothing else, his desire to surpass Deus was genuine. So Reinhardt closed his eyes and visualized Marquis Palacio. But this time, he took a different approach. He didn't picture the usual Marquis Palacio. Instead, he recalled the figure he had seen in the Lanavelia forest. Marquis Palacio, adorned with two horns atop his head, his entire body wreathed in lightning. A god. Next, he envisioned lightning, the massive bolt in his grasp that connected the earth and sky. And then, meteor sword, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. As always, he activated the technique without expecting anything. And at that moment, Reinhardt saw it. Crackle. Lightning. Bzzzzzt. The lightning reversed. A force from the heavens struck downward, trapping hundreds of barbarians within its gravity. And from the ground, dozens no. Kakakakakiarisike. Hundreds of lightning bolts ravaged the hundreds of barbarians. And at the end of it all, as the overwhelming spectacle left both barbarians and allies frozen in stunned silence, Reinhardt's shocked voice echoed across the battlefield. What, that actually worked. A short distance away, Mark blurted out in disbelief, as if responding to him. That actually worked. And then, like a chorus, the Eclipse Knights gasped. The second sword just wielded Kallinen's lightning. But it didn't stop there. What was that just now? That power, wasn't that the same one? I've seen Sir Reinhardt with the Saint of Kallinen lately, so that means... Wait, you're telling me those Eclipse Knights weren't just spouting nonsense? I thought it was all a joke. Huh. The lightning Reinhardt had manifested, all because of Alon's momentary guilt. So if you just sincerely believe, you really can wield lightning. Had now spread like a plague across the Northern Knights. A plague of faith. Chapter 223. Is this what you're trying to obtain? Yes. A cave in the snowy mountains deep within, where a massive hollow lay. Alon nodded in response to Evan, who had followed him, while gazing at the object before him. It's nice to see this again after so long. An item he always carried while playing psychedelia. Connected circular dance. 2 rings intertwined, with a chain that emitted an eerie glow. As Alon silently observed the connected circular dance, Evan, standing beside him, spoke. It doesn't look all that special. Does it? Yes, while having 2 rings connected by a chain is a bit unusual. The design of the chain and rings themselves doesn't seem particularly unique. Well, the appearance itself isn't that remarkable. So what is it used for? HMPH, do you not even know that? It was not Alon who answered Evan's question but Basilira. Then do you know? Do not mistake me for an ordinary being like yourself. Then what is it? Why should I tell you? If you're not going to tell me, why butt in, you snakehead? HMPH, it was merely to mock a pathetic human like you for your ignorance. As expected. The moment a conversation started, it quickly turned into an argument over trivial matters. Watching the all-too-familiar scene, Alon soon turned his gaze back to the circular dance. The connected circular dance, often referred to simply as circular dance among players, was essentially a magic conversion adapter. It had the ability to convert the mana of the wearer's partner into their own. Of course, there are limitations. As psychedelia progressed toward the later stages, the player's magic damage significantly outpaced that of their companion characters. While warriors had little use for it, most mage players relied on this artifact. Despite its limitations, it helped prevent mana shortages for the player. Especially for glass cannon mages who focused solely on maximizing magic damage rather than balancing it with their mana pool, this item was indispensable. In some ways, it had been necessary for Alon from the very beginning. Yet he had only now chosen to retrieve it. The reason was simple. The connected circular dance was an item that only made sense within a game. To use this artifact, there had to be someone constantly by his side. And while transferring mana, that person would be left in a completely defenseless state. In other words, it essentially turned someone into a walking mana battery. With the risk of an ambush at any moment, protecting a defenseless person while engaged in battle was an immense challenge. Moreover, while it was manageable in the game, in reality, finding someone willing to be chained within its limited range and always wear the ring was extremely difficult. In the game, it was easy to equip it on party members. But in real life, Finding a person who trusted Alan enough to transfer mana to him without hesitation during an intense battle was nearly impossible, especially when the chain's range barely extended even 1 meter. With all these restrictions, Alan had only now retrieved the rings. They were impractical for combat, but for fueling the magic of footsteps of the past, which required someone else's mana to function, they were quite useful. With that thought settled, Alan glanced at Evan and Basilira, who were now glaring at each other as if ready to kill. Seriously, I always wonder, how do you know all of this? What do you mean? Evan, who had been grinding his teeth while arguing with Basilira just moments ago, now looked at Alan with curiosity. It was a natural reaction, because the cave they were walking through. This place is a labyrinth. It was a maze. Alan instinctively shifted his gaze. The sight of dozens of stone bridges, meticulously laid out like a massive puzzle, would leave anyone unfamiliar with the maze of Vertigo utterly speechless. To make matters worse, the cliffs below and surrounding areas teemed with monsters native to the frozen mountains. They were not as strong as those found in jungles, but still clearly classified as mutants, adding to the overall sense of despair. Yet despite these threats, Alan remained completely unfazed, because he knew the way through the maze of Vertigo. In truth, calling it a strategy was an overstatement. The maze of Vertigo had an extremely simple solution. From the moment you entered, if you only kept going right, you would eventually reach the end without any difficulty. Because of this absurdly simple strategy, Alan had no hesitation in entering the cave. You just have to keep going right. That's not what I was asking, but, well, whatever. What do you mean, whatever? Evan looked like he wanted to ask something, but simply shrugged in the end. I just forgot for a moment that I should stop questioning things and just accept them. Alan found Evan's reaction oddly amusing, having not seen it in a while. Meow. From inside his chest pocket, Blackie tilted its head cutely. Hash. After emerging from the cave, or rather, the maze of Vertigo, Alan boarded a carriage bound for Caliban. We've finally arrived in Caliban. After a journey of nearly a month, Alan once again stood in Caliban. As he took in the knowledge he had gained from his journey to the north, he began to organize his next steps. First, I need to reach rank 5. Then, I need to ask Kilris about the horizon and reversal of heaven. And finally, I should visit the colony to have the rubies repaired by the Dragonkin. As he laid out his plans, Alan also found himself contemplating a particular term that had been lingering in his mind over the past few weeks. Aberration. When he first heard the word, he had brushed it off. But after hearing it again at the horizon, it had started to weigh on him. Even Alan himself didn't fully understand why it bothered him. It was just like something stuck in his throat. No matter how much he tried to ignore it, it kept resurfacing in his thoughts. And then, Alan felt it. He realized that this word was incredibly important to him. Moreover, recently, he had started to feel a strange sense of déjà vu whenever he heard the word water. Just like the feeling he had when he saw Yusha standing amidst the fully bloomed evening primroses. What on earth was this? Alan fell into brief contemplation. Master. Thud. The moment he stepped down from the carriage, he felt someone crash into him. With arms wrapped tightly around his waist, he couldn't even see the person's face. Meow. Even Blackie, nestled in his chest, let out a bizarre sound at the unexpected ambush. However, Sialring, recognizing that lively voice, Alan had no trouble guessing the person's identity. Master, it's been so long. As if she had been waiting for him to recognize her, Sialring wrapped her arms around his neck and rubbed her cheek against him like an excited puppy. Alon patted her head affectionately, though his expression showed clear curiosity as to why she was in Caliban. It had been 6 weeks since he had returned from the north. Northwest. A towering wall stood between the allied kingdom and the empire. In a small forest before it, there was a quaint little house. A house that looked like it belonged in a fairy tale, surrounded by breathtaking scenery. Inside, 2 individuals faced each other. One was Thousand-Year Ice, a warrior from the northern barbarians and one of the 7 strongest fighters often spoken about in the allied kingdom. Opposite him sat a girl with large fox ears drooping naturally, appearing to be just around 20 years old. Her long silver hair cascaded down to her hips, and she wore the traditional attire of the Eastern nation. With her signature indifferent expression, she gazed straight ahead. Watching her silently, Thousand-Year Ice scratched his head awkwardly before speaking. Am I an unwelcome guest?" "No." Her short, emotionless reply came, as she naturally placed her fluffy fox tail onto her lap. "You're welcome. Are you sure you mean that?" "Yes." Another flat, monotone response. Thousand-Year Ice scratched his head again, his expression turning conflicted. She said she welcomed him, but, from his perspective, understanding her true feelings was nearly impossible. She had always been completely indifferent to everything. Did she even have emotions? As he pondered this, Thousand-Year Ice glanced around the house. "Still living in the same place, I see. I have no reason to move. Wouldn't life be easier if you just joined a faction instead of living out here in the forest? With your abilities, the kingdom would gladly welcome you." He wasn't wrong. Even though she was currently living alone in the forest, she was still a fighter on par with Thousand-Year Ice. In fact, among the 7 strongest, there were only 2 who could even match her. She was, without a doubt, one of the 3 strongest warriors. For someone saying that, aren't you living alone too? Well, that's because I serve someone. I don't even know if the others are still alive, and the few people I can contact all have their own reasons for being where they are. But you don't have any obligations. The girl didn't move a muscle as she replied. "It's just too much hassle." "Then why not return to the Eastern nation? There, you wouldn't have to deal with any hassle. You'd be treated like a noble the moment you arrived." At that, Historia the Sword Saint quietly stared at him. "And then, so why are you here?" Her voice broke the silence. It had nothing to do with the conversation they had just been having. The shift in topic was abrupt, but Thousand-Year Ice merely shrugged, knowing he had no choice. The fact that she was dodging the question meant she had no intention of discussing the subject any further. Accepting that, he moved on. "I came because I have something to ask you." "About what?" Historia tilted her head. Thousand-Year Ice began recounting the events that had taken place during his recent encounter with a Libyan. "Anyway, that's the gist of it. A guy that shouldn't exist has appeared, but there's no information on him. So I came to see if you knew anything. I haven't left this place in over 10 years. "I know that, but I meant, did you ever hear anything about him before? I've been investigating, but his past doesn't add up for someone with that kind of power." Muttering to himself, Thousand-Year Ice added, "I figured you might know something. Even if you don't move around much, you've met a lot of strong people, and someone that powerful wouldn't just appear out of nowhere." After a long silence, Historia finally asked, "What's his name?" "His name?" "Yes, if you don't tell me anything, I won't even be able to think about it." "His name?" Recalling the information he had received from his contact, Thousand-Year Ice began to answer. "I think his name is Alib." He couldn't finish his sentence, because Historia, who had been idly sitting there without a care, had suddenly sprung to her feet, kicking back her chair. On top of that, her ears perked straight up, and her eyes widened in shock. Thousand-Year Ice was stunned. Never, not even once, had he seen her express this much emotion. Not just in front of him, but in front of anyone. Even Black Tiger, who had known her the longest, had never seen her express emotions or show any change in her demeanor. And yet now, such a vivid reaction. She definitely knows something. Thousand-Year Ice was certain that Historia knew Illiben. More than that, he was convinced that Historia had some deep connection to Illiben, one far beyond mere acquaintance. Otherwise, there was no way she would have reacted so strongly. With that in mind, Thousand-Year Ice eagerly asked, "Do you happen to know anything about him?" "I only know the name." The unexpected answer left him momentarily bewildered. "You only know the name?" "Yes." "If that's all you know, then why did you react like that?" That didn't make any sense. Such an intense response couldn't be from just knowing a name. Elan. What? A single name suddenly left her lips. Historia perked up her ears and repeated it once more. "Do you know anything about Elan Palacio?" Thousand-Year Ice was now even more shocked than before. Swish, swish. Historia's long tail swayed excitedly, as if filled with anticipation, unable to stay still. Chapter 224. Thousand-Year Ice had been interacting with Historia for quite some time. However, since he didn't know much about Historia herself, he always had many questions about her. For example, why did she, someone from the Eastern Kingdom, a nation inhabited solely by beast folk, use the name Historia, which had no connection to the East? He was also curious as to why she lived in such a small forest, when she could have led a truly comfortable life in another kingdom, or the Eastern Kingdom. But at this moment, there was only one thing he was curious about. Elan Palacio. Yeah, do you know him? It was about the existence of Elan Palacio. Thousand-Year Ice had never heard of him. That was only natural. Elan was someone who fundamentally stayed buried in the snow-covered mountains. Even the name, Illiben, was something Thousand-Year Ice had learned only after being defeated by him, and coming down from the mountains in shock at his overwhelming power. Marquis Palacio. He had come here to ask about Illiben, yet now he was even more intrigued by Elan Palacio. What kind of existence was he for the Sword Saint, who had never once shown a change in emotion, to become so heated? "I was asking about Illiben, not Elan Palacio." "I told you I know the name." "No, that's not what I meant. I asked about Illiben, so why are you suddenly bringing up the name Elan Palacio?" "So, do you know anything about Elan Palacio?" "I don't." "I see." When Thousand-Year Ice shook his head, Historia's tail, which had been swaying, drooped as she immediately became dejected. Seeing this, Thousand-Year Ice was momentarily taken aback. Then, unable to contain his curiosity, he cautiously opened his mouth. "Is Elan Palacio such an important person?" "If you don't know, then forget it." Historia abruptly turned her head away, and even let her ears droop as she sat back down. What was going on? He had asked about Illiben. Yet every answer he received turned into a question about Elan. Still, he knew that pressing further about their relationship wouldn't yield any useful answers. Instead, Thousand-Year Ice decided he needed to find out more about Elan Palacio, the person who had so vividly sparked Historia's interest. "If you want, I can look into him." "Really?" Historia's ears, which had been drooping, perked up halfway again. Seeing this change, Thousand-Year Ice nodded. He was still curious about Illiben. It was astonishing that a young man who looked barely 20 possessed such an absurd level of strength. The overwhelming difference in power stirred Thousand Year Ice's competitive spirit. However, at this moment, he found Historia's reaction far more intriguing than his own desire to test his strength. It won't take long. Thank you. If I bring back information, will you at least tell me something about Alon Palacio? Which part? Anything about him. Fine. Promise me. After securing her promise, Thousand Year Ice stood up. Hash hash hash. After Xiaoreng's enthusiastic welcome. The moment Blackie, who had been nestled in Alon's embrace the entire time, peeked out, she was immediately caught by Xiaoreng. Waza airplane ride. Meow Watilda. Higher. Meow Watilda. And so the playtime began. Hiiger. Miuwo. It was unclear whether Xiaoreng was playing with Blackie or Blackie was playing with Xiaoreng. Alon simply watched as Xiaoreng repeatedly tossed Blackie into the air and caught it again. Meanwhile, Blackie seemed to have accepted that once Xiaoreng caught it, there was no escape and had resigned itself to simply screaming in despair. After some time, I'll let you go again next time, Tilda. Meow. After a few more rounds of tossing and catching, Xiaoreng finally set Blackie down. The moment it was released, Blackie instantly burrowed into Alon's chest. Watching this, Xiaoreng beamed with satisfaction. Alon turned to her and asked, Xiaoreng, why are you here? I came to see Master. You came to see me? Yeah. Not because something happened. Nope. You just came to see me. That's right. Her answer was simple. Xiaoreng looked up at him, as if wondering what the problem was. Now that he thought about it, the beast folk she always traveled with were nowhere to be seen. Is it okay for you to be wandering alone? Well, it's not like it's completely fine, but I wanted to see Master. As if expecting praise, she wagged her tail excitedly. Seeing this, Alon felt a bit guilty. I made you come all this way. If you had waited a little longer, I would have come to you. Really? Yeah, I was planning to visit the Marquis's estate before heading to Colony. I should have let you know in advance. Even better. Is that so? That means I get to travel with Master until we reach Colony. Her overly positive way of thinking made Alon chuckle unconsciously. With that, after catching up as if they were a long-separated father and daughter, they parted ways late that night to return to their respective lodgings. The next day, after a restful night, Alon set out for the Marquis's estate with Xiaoreng. Hash hash hash. Exactly 2 weeks had passed since Alon left Caliban. Just as he was passing through Lartania and nearing the Asteria border, Alon was thoroughly enjoying a peaceful life. Or to be more precise, a quiet life. And the reason was, Xiaoreng was sitting on his lap, pressing his ears down gently. At first, when Alon had set out on this journey with Xiaoreng, he had expected the trip to be quite chaotic. After all, he knew very well that she was naturally energetic, loved to play pranks, and couldn't sit still for even a moment. However, contrary to his expectations, the journey had become surprisingly quiet ever since she joined. For one, Basilira had hidden inside his ring and refused to come out. On the first day of their journey, he had emerged to pick a fight with Evan for no reason, only to be caught by Xiaoreng. Graya, I'm a male. Males don't wear clothes like this. For reasons unknown, Xiaoreng had a female-style dress, and she had wrapped Basilira tightly in it. After suffering various other humiliations in the name of play, he had been so traumatized that he never came out again. Blackie was in a similar situation. It had not shown its face outside of his chest from the very first day. As a result, Evan was driving the carriage more leisurely than usual, enjoying the surrounding scenery. Xiaoreng, too, spent most of her time either chatting briefly with Alan or resting her head on his lap and dozing off, making for an overall peaceful journey. Basilira and Blackie. Since traveling with the two, this was the first time Alan had experienced such tranquility. He didn't dislike this quiet, but in some ways it felt a little empty. Sure, peace and quiet are nice, but this is almost too quiet. Back before those two came along, things had been this quiet all the time. But now, with how rowdy things had become almost daily, this silence felt somewhat unfamiliar. I guess this is that feeling of not knowing what you're missing until it's gone. That thought only lasted for a moment before Alan simply shrugged. It wasn't like he disliked traveling with Xiaoreng, after all. Xiaoreng had a way of making Alan feel like a father in many ways. Even now, for instance, perhaps finding the sunlight streaming through the carriage window pleasant, she was drowsily leaning against him, dozing off in relaxation. The sight alone made Alan smile without realizing it. He had felt this way before, but whenever Xiaoreng showed such defenselessness, it reassured him that she truly trusted him, filling his heart with warmth. For a while, he gently pressed down on her ears, occasionally stroking her head and enjoying her subtle reactions. Then, out of habit, he closed his eyes to observe his inner self. By now, he was so used to it that he could check his divine status in an instant without conscious effort, as he casually confirmed his usual divine abilities. He suddenly noticed the presence of an additional divine power. It was very faint, but it glowed with a grayish hue. What is this? Alan's mind filled with questions. Hash. The North, a land where barbarians constantly pushed southward, and knights ceaselessly fought to hold them back, leading to an unending war. Recently, a rumor had spread that Luraka, the spiritual pillar and unifying leader of the barbarians, had gone missing. However, as if to refute the rumor, the barbarians' offensives had only become fiercer, resulting in even more intense battles. And deep within this war-ridden land, within the largest of the barbarian tribes, the Blue Toes, once led by Luraka, it's already a man, once Luraka's right-hand aide, and now the new chief of the Blue Toes, Turdur. And a woman. No, Yusha Bloodia. Turdur bowed his head before her. Is that so? Yes. Let me see. With a gentle smile, Yusha rose from her seat. Turdur immediately sprang up in a near panic, stepping forward to guide her. He led her toward a vast cliffside cave within the Blue Toes territory, a sacred place that had once been used exclusively for the ritual of selecting a tribal chief. This way. His voice trembled as they entered. Following his guidance, Yusha slowly shifted her gaze. At the far end of the massive cavern stood an enormous statue, a majestic figure clad in a black coat, wearing a crimson bone mask. Beneath the statue knelt countless tribe members, their heads bowed in reverence. Hemtilda. Yusha carefully observed the expressions of the kneeling tribespeople. Each one bore traces of fear, subtle yet undeniable. I apologize. I will ensure they are better educated. Perhaps noticing Yusha's scrutiny, Turdur hastily bowed his head, seeking to amend the situation. However, Yusha merely curved her lips into an ambiguous smile and spoke. Turdur. Why, yes, my lady. Do you think I might turn you all into a pool of blood at any moment? You may answer honestly. A moment of silence stretched between them before Turdur, gripping his racing heart, responded. To be honest, yes, I do. The admission left his teeth clenching on their own. Had he made a mistake? Had he just doomed himself and the tribe he was meant to protect? A wave of regret and fear threatened to consume him. But Thank you. What? Since you were honest with me, I will be honest with you as well. I have no intention of killing you. The response was unexpected. Turdur blinked in confusion as Yusha continued. Are you surprised? But it's the truth. As long as you continue to worship him, I have no reason to harm you. Is that truly so? Yes, truly. As long as you worship him, you are people I must protect. Whom do you mean? At Turdur's cautious inquiry, Yusha merely smiled. All of you. All of us. Yes, whether it's your fellow barbarians, the knights blocking your path south, or even the revered god of Cyernia, regardless of who it is, I will protect you. Turdur instinctively wanted to ask, are you serious? But he bit his tongue. The sheer intensity of Yusha's unwavering fanaticism made his question feel pointless. Instead, why? Why what? Why go so far for us? He needed a reason. How could simple faith in a deity justify such devotion? Turdur could not comprehend it. Upon his question, Yusha fell into brief contemplation before answering. Because apart from him, I do not care about anything else. What do you mean? I mean it literally. Whether the knights are all slaughtered, the priests are massacred, your people tear down the allied kingdom, or even if the world suddenly ends, it does not matter to me. Pausing for breath, Yusha added, the only thing that matters is him. Nothing else concerns me. Her voice was resolute. Her expression had gone blank, her lips murmuring, nothing else matters. Watching her, Turdur instinctively realized. This person before him was fundamentally different, and she was someone he must never, ever oppose. Thus, I understand. Turdur bowed deeply. I'm glad you do. But may I ask one thing? What is it? What is the name of the one we worship? Turdur cautiously inquired, understanding the significance of the question. At this, Yusha let out a small ah of realization before smiling faintly. You're right, then. With a gentle yet unwavering tone, she declared. He shall be known as the Star Eater. Chapter 225. 2 more weeks passed, and Alan arrived at the Marquis estate. We're here. As soon as the estate came into view, Sialrang shouted excitedly. Alan, who was watching the estate while absent-mindedly playing with her ears, said, Wow, the statue of Master has changed. HMPH. Sialrang admired the statue with 2 horns, and Alan felt a little embarrassed for no reason. At that moment, as if she had just remembered something, Sialrang clapped her hands. Master, come to think of it, I heard a rumor. Do you really use lightning? They had already spent a month together, yet she was only now asking. Alan chuckled but nodded. Not for long, but I can use it. Really? Yes. That's great, Tilda. Sialrang grinned and hugged Alan tightly. What exactly is so great about it? He was puzzled. Why would Sialrang be happy about him using lightning? Because it's the same power as mine. A pure and innocent exclamation. Is that so? Well, if he looked into it deeply, it wasn't exactly the same power. But in broad categories it was similar enough, so Alan nodded. I see. That's why I like it. It feels like we're a bit closer now. I suppose that's one way to see it. Right. Yes. As he continued responding to Sialrang's delighted questions, before he knew it, they had entered the Palatio Marquis estate. Soon he encountered an unexpected sight. Where is he? A beastman rushed toward the carriage as soon as she saw it. Something about her seemed quite familiar. Sialrang's secretary. Alan quickly recognized her. At the same time, the other beastmen, who had been searching for someone, all turned their eyes toward the carriage. Her name was Lime, wasn't it? Alan tried to recall their past encounter in the colony. Lady Xiaoring, how could you just run away like that? A voice pierced into the carriage. Alan glanced down at Xiaoring. Just moments ago, she had been burying herself in his chest, peeking up at him. But now she slowly turned her head away, avoiding eye contact. Then she rolled her eyes, gauging whether she was about to be scolded. Alan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Hash. After briefly confirming that over 30 beastmen were present, Alan sat in the office and heard the truth from Lime, Xiaoring's secretary. So originally, you were traveling to establish diplomatic relations with the Ashtalan Kingdom, and you were part of the escort team, but then you suddenly disappeared midway. Yes, that's correct, Marquis. At Lime's words, Alan glanced at Xiaoring. She was still looking away, pretending to be distracted. Glance. Even so, she must have been worried about whether Alan was angry, as her eyes flickered nervously between her drooping ears. Alan turned back to Lime and said, "But how did you manage to find her here?" It wasn't hard to predict where Lady Xiaoring would go. Is that so? Yes, besides, Lady Xiaoring disappeared right after hearing that you were in Caliban, Marquis. When he looked at Xiaoring again, she was now whistling for no reason. Not that she could actually whistle, only a weak breath of air came out. If you knew I was in Caliban, shouldn't you have just gone there? If we had gone and found you there, it wouldn't have been a problem. But if you left before we arrived, it would have taken even longer to track you down. So you figured I'd eventually return to the Marquis estate and waited here. Yes, exactly. Lime nodded weakly. Alan offered some words of comfort to her, who seemed exhausted. You must have had a hard time. Thank you. Lime looked as if she might burst into tears at any moment. She had likely suffered a lot because of Xiaoring's unpredictable nature. Just as she was trying to compose herself. All right, now let's go, Lady Xiaoring. No. At the very least, you need to be there when we return. We're returning anyway, so what difference does it make if I go or... As Lime tried to drag her away, Xiaoring whined and showed her reluctance. But we already accepted their goodwill. We have to do at least this much. If we cause unnecessary trouble now, it'll only make things harder for us. It's fine. If they make a fuss, I'll just fight them. Well, they might let it slide, but still, that's a bit. As Alan watched Lime's desperate attempts to convince Xiaoring, he finally spoke. Xiaoring. Ah, master. She had been blatantly showing her annoyance, but at Alan's call, her ears immediately drooped. Her expression turned anxious, as if she had completely forgotten he was there. For now, follow Lime. But I'll come find you soon anyway, so we can meet there. That's true, Tilda. At Alan's words, Xiaoring nodded. However, she still looked oddly dissatisfied. Seeing her sulky expression, Alan thought for a moment and then said, "Next time, let's go on a trip together." A trip? Yes, if you have time. He offered her a carrot. Xiaoring's tail started wagging happily again. All right. With a cheerful response, she immediately stood up. Then, master, see you at the colony. Yes. Let's go, Lime. Wait, Kaya. She grabbed Lime around the waist and leaped out the window. Thank Yao. Lime's voice echoed in the distance. Alan sat down, thinking once again that she had quite the cheerful personality. She disappeared in an instant. As soon as Alan sat down, Evan spoke as if he had been waiting. I see. The moment Alan nodded. Meow. With a swoosh, Blackie, who had been practically erasing his presence until just now, suddenly emerged from Alan's chest. Phew, I thought I was going to die. At the same time, Basilira, who had been inside the ring, also burst out as if he had been waiting. That girl, staying away for over a month, I thought I was going to die from frustration. Meow W. Next time, please take me with you within a week. Meow. If not that, at least stay apart only 1 out of every 3 days. Meow. Blackie and Basilira started complaining in perfect harmony. Usually they were always fighting. No, it was mostly Basilira getting beaten up. But today, seeing the two chattering nonstop like lifelong friends was quite a fresh sight. Perhaps this was what people meant by, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." After indulging their complaints the next day. As expected, this is comfortable. Having finished processing the neatly organized documents prepared by election, Alon once again visited Pena to continue their magic research. "Oh, I was actually going to visit and greet you, Marquis. For someone saying that. You didn't even show your face." "Well, the thing is, I recently got caught up in a magic research that required a lot of time, hee. Pena scratched her head awkwardly as they exchanged greetings. A little later, as he was observing his internal energy for an experiment. "It's grown again." He confirmed that the newly emerged Ashen divinity had expanded, similar to the other divinities. Of course, gaining new divinities was a great thing for him. However, he still couldn't understand why this Ashen divinity kept forming. For a while, he wore a puzzled expression. Then, as he refocused and examined his other divinities one by one, his gaze landed on Kallinen's divinity, and he showed a slightly surprised expression. It had grown even larger than before. "Seems like Silly has been working diligently. Wait a moment, shouldn't she still be in the north by now?" His curiosity lasted only a moment before Alon simply shrugged and surrounded himself with Kallinen's divinity. "You haven't been practicing during this time?" "No, I've been practicing steadily. But it feels different from when you used your power before." "Is that so?" "Yes." Penia stroked her chin while carefully observing Alon's divine power. "With this much, we might be able to go beyond our current research and even experiment with the nature of magical power itself." "You mean synchronization assimilation?" "Yes, that. We couldn't proceed before due to a lack of divine energy." With her characteristic curiosity-filled expression, Penia quickly approached him. She leaned in close, her face right in front of him, exclaiming, "Ooh, Tilda." Then step. As if realizing something, she suddenly took a few steps back. "Why are you suddenly backing away?" Alon tilted his head in confusion. But Penia only said, "No, I just suddenly felt like I should ha." She gave an awkward laugh, like a creaking wooden puppet. Her gaze seemed to keep drifting towards his chest. "Just a hiccup." Alon thought, if she says so, then that must be it, and let it slide without much concern. The next day, after finishing his usual magic training with Penia, Alon headed to his office to handle the reduced workload election had organized. "Marquis, what is it? I heard an interesting rumor and I got curious. May I ask?" "What is it?" "Is Kallinen, the lightning receiver, also a god of nights?" Evan's sudden question made Alon raise an eyebrow in puzzlement. "What do you mean by that, a god of nights?" "Normally, gods have a single attribute, but there are also gods with multiple attributes. That's why I asked." Tilda. Evan had a point. Some gods didn't just have one attribute but multiple ones. Even the moon god Cyernia wasn't only a god of the moon, but also symbolized life. However, as far as Alon knew, Kallinen's divinity was strictly limited to lightning. "Kallinen's divinity is solely lightning, but why are you asking?" he questioned Evan. Well, there's a rumor circulating in Caliban that Caliban isn't just the lightning receiver, but is actually being revered as the god of nights. What? He had just received some completely unexpected news. A god of nights. Yes. He had no idea how such a rumor had started. That evening, Wuang Hidden infused his mana into the magical sphere 20 minutes earlier than usual to participate in the Blue Moon's regular meeting. As he watched the gradually forming screen, he looked slightly surprised. Unlike usual, Yusha and Xiaoring were already inside. Feeling a small sense of curiosity, Hidden prepared to greet them as he normally would. Hello, TH. Or rather, he tried. Let me see too. No. Let me see too. Xiaoring, as I've told you many times, that was something given to protect the great moon, and it was not meant to be used so frivolously. Then I'll tell Master. 3 times a month. 10 times. 7 times. 10 times. Then, if not for the bizarre conversation flowing between Yusha and Xiaoring, which made absolutely no sense. Chapter 226. 6 times. 9 times. We shouldn't be too greedy, right, Xiaoring? 6 times is reasonable. But 9 times. Think about it, Xiaoring. As I said, this isn't just a tool to spy on the Lord. It's meant for the Lord's safety, so we can't just use it for peeking, right? But Yusha, you've looked. When did I do that? Yusha feigned ignorance, as if she had no idea what Xiaoring was talking about. Seeing this, Xiaoring puffed up her cheeks and shouted. You've always watched when Master was sleeping. Now, I can detect even the slightest movement of mana. That's just your imagination. The two continued to bicker. Hidden, caught in between, felt a bit uncomfortable. No correction. Right now, he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. And for good reason. The two, who were arguing with great enthusiasm, seemed completely unaware that Hidden was also present in this meeting. Because of this, Hidden wanted to escape from this place right away. Not only did he have no interest in eavesdropping on such a conversation, but, even if Xiaoring didn't mind, he knew that if Yusha found out, dealing with the aftermath wouldn't be easy. Considering how she secretly disliked showing this side of herself, he might even have to risk his life. Hidden shuddered at the thought. Yet, despite everything, he couldn't bring himself to leave the meeting. This video conference was strange. When entering, the screen simply turned on silently. There was no sound. However, unfortunately, when leaving, the distinctive hum of magic slowly faded, creating a noticeable noise just as the meeting was about to end. And the problem was, if Hidden forcibly cut off his connection right now to escape, it would be no different from openly admitting that he had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation. So he held his breath and slowly lowered his body, trying to erase his presence. Meanwhile, Yusha and Xiaoring's conversation continued. Yusha, I know you've watched Master while he was sleeping. You're mistaken. I saw you smirk when Evan praised you to Master. You're mistaken. I know you've stared at Master whenever he was casting magic. You're mistaken. As Hidden listened, his once fearful expression turned into something else. Because if everything Golden Moon said was true, wouldn't that make Yusha a stalker? A certain word surfaced in his mind. Hidden lifted his gaze and secretly observed Red Moon, who kept denying everything with, You're mistaken. HMPH, Yusha, when Master was taking a bath. Let's settle for 8 times. The moment Red Moon finally backed down at Golden Moon's last remark. Hidden quickly covered his mouth. He knew better than anyone how devoted Red Moon, no, Yusha, was to the Great Moon. But based on their conversation so far, if he inferred what Golden Moon was about to say before she was cut off. Wow, this was something else. Realizing the shocking truth about the devout red moon, Hidden couldn't help but be horrified. So basically, the moons are gathering to trade, opportunities to spy, no peek at the great moon. His mouth hung open in shock before he hastily regained his composure. As he sat there in a daze, continuing his thoughts, the magic he was supposed to inject into the crystal ball, maintaining a precise amount, wavered slightly. Looking at the orb that seemed ready to shut down, Hidden hurriedly stabilized his mana, but Wu-Wang. Since his mana had already been cut off and reconnected, the crystal ball emitted a peculiar noise as it rebooted. And at that sound, Hem, Xiaoreng, who had been basking in her victory, and Yusha, who had just sighed in exhaustion, they both turned their gazes toward Hidden's direction. Letting out a small sigh, Hidden instinctively ducked his head. He debated whether he should start apologizing right away and squeezed his eyes shut. Which option had the higher survival rate? At that moment, it's rare for Xiaoreng to arrive first. Hi, Rhine He. Just in time, Rhine entered and greeted them, drawing Yusha and Xiaoreng's attention away. Following that, Deus also entered. You're late. Welcome, Deus, but you don't look so good today. Something wrong. It's nothing. Really, you don't look fine, though. Indeed, did something happen? Something sad happened. Hidden let out a quiet sigh of relief. About 30 minutes later. Sorry, I'm a little late. Feigning nonchalance, Hidden greeted them as if he had just arrived. Oh, Hidden, welcome, so what's up? It's rare to see Deus this gloomy. The moons casually acknowledged his arrival before refocusing their attention on First Moon, Deus. I'm here too. Deus, why do you look so down? Silver Moon entered next, adding to the concern over First Moon. Letting out a long sigh, First Moon finally spoke. To explain this, I have to go back a few months to an incident in the forest. He began his story. At that moment, everyone except Red Moon erased the concern from their faces and froze. They had just realized it, that they had set the stage for Deus themselves. How about we just get to the point? Raiden instinctively tried to cover Deus's mouth. It all started, yes, that morning. When I woke up as usual, my beloved and adorable little sister, Silly, was nowhere to be found. It was already too late. As the floodgates opened, the moons collectively sighed. If First Moon started with his own story instead of the Great Moon's tale, at least 5 hours, no, maybe 6 hours. Hidden, feeling a sense of pity, muttered internally. Then, Hidden suddenly felt a gaze on him and turned his head. And there he met eyes with Rhine. And he saw it. Rhine silently mouthing the words. Tell me what Xiaoreng and Yusha were talking about earlier. Hidden realized that Rhine's sudden intrusion earlier had not been a coincidence. Nod. He soon gave a small nod of acknowledgement. And the meeting continued. The next day, Alon finally understood why Kalinen's faith had surged so rapidly. So, you're saying Reinhardt used Kalinen's power on the northern front? That's right. That alone doesn't seem convincing enough, does it? Which part? No matter how strong Reinhardt is, the idea that knights would suddenly start worshipping Kalinen as the god of knights just because he used some power seems a little odd. Evan nodded, as if he understood where Alon was coming from. When you put it that way, it does sound strange. I was also confused at first. There's more to the story. Not exactly, but I got an explanation of the situation. As Evan described the events of that time, Alan paused in thought before speaking. In short, Silly's use of Kalinen's power didn't resonate with the knights, but Reinhardt did. Yes, to be honest, no matter how nicely you put it, Reinhardt only participated in faith-based activities reluctantly. In other words, wait, so Reinhardt, who barely puts in any effort, is using divine power. Does that mean I can do it too? That kind of situation, Evan added. Alan unknowingly found himself convinced. So that's how it happened. Well, from Alan's perspective, this wasn't really a problem. In fact, it was beneficial if the knights revered him. The more faith the knights accumulated, the higher Alan's divinity would grow. But for this phenomenon to continue, I'll need to use faith to transfer power to them. Alan stroked his chin. Of course, distributing divine power wasn't particularly difficult. But the problem was choosing the right people to receive it. Tilde. If Alan had been an ethereal god without a physical body, this wouldn't have been a concern. Unfortunately, he did exist in physical form. For now, people's attention is focused on Kalinin, the lightning receiver, and the idea that Marquis Palacio is that God is mostly dismissed as nonsense or met with skepticism. For now, randomly distributing divine power might have more advantages. But in the future, that wouldn't be the case. If a recipient of divine power were to misuse it, ultimately, Alan would bear the full consequences. Therefore, I should probably discuss this with Kalinin. It's about time she showed up, isn't it? Alan glanced at Kalinen's horn, where Blackie was curled up, purring as if it were a cat tower. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alan stood up. In any case, unless Kalinin reached out first, Alan had no way of contacting her. Well, she'll show up eventually. After settling his thoughts, Alan made his way toward Pinia's secondary office. He had work to do with Pinia today. Ah, you're here. Yeah. I've got everything prepared, so have a seat. Pinia greeted him more warmly than usual and gestured toward a seat. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes had deepened, Alan remarked. The connected, original pattern must have been quite intriguing. Alan's task for today was simple. He was going to convert Pinia's mana into his own and use it to replenish the footsteps of the past. If Alan were to do this on his own, it would take nearly a month. Even if he did nothing but pour mana into it without researching magic, it would still take 1 to 2 weeks. However, Pinia Chryson, a future archmage recognized even by psychedelia. Yeah, it was really fascinating. Where did you even find this artifact? Had such an enormous amount of mana that just using a portion of it was enough to fully charge the footsteps of the past. So envious, that talent. As Alan watched Pinia put on the ring, he couldn't help but feel envious once again. For a moment, he had the feeling that the red brooch emitted a brief flash of crimson light. He glanced down at it but quickly shrugged and looked away. After all, a gemstone wouldn't just shine on its own. All right, let's begin. Yeah, I'm counting on you. A short while later, Pinia, who had also placed a ring on the middle finger of her left hand like Alan, began to release her mana. Wuang Tilde. An immense surge of mana spread out in all directions before swiftly channeling into the ring on Pinia's hand, flowing into Alan's ring, and finally being absorbed into the footsteps of the past. The artifact, which had been a dull gray, rapidly took on a blue glow. After about a minute, it's done. Oh, already? Yeah. Seeing that the task, which should have taken him a whole month, was completed in just 1 minute, Alan once again felt the stark difference in talent. Then would it be okay if I study this a bit more? Pinia, her cheeks slightly flushed, eagerly asked as she looked at the ring. Go ahead, At this point, I don't have much use for it anyway. Thank you. In return, I'll be counting on you in the future too. Of course. With a light nod, Alon lifted the fully charged footsteps of the past. Puh! A bright white light engulfed his vision. And when it faded, "You're late." He found himself face to face with Kilris, who stood with a massive black dragon behind him. The sight of the dragon's overwhelming presence never failed to awe him, but Alon quickly refocused and looked at Kilris. "Before we begin training, I have something to ask. Can we talk for a moment?" "What is it?" "I went to the horizon." "And what do you want to ask?" At Kilris's response, Alon gave him a brief summary of what had happened there. Finally, he got to the heart of his question. "What exactly is that place?" Kilris fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "Palion's companion." "What?" "That place was created by the close friend of the great human, Palion, the one who first spread magic across this world. And," he continued in a calm voice, "they were the only mage in history to wield the technique of reversal." Chapter 227. Alon, who had been silent at Kilris' words, slowly opened his mouth. "The one who first spread magic. As you suspect, he was the first to wield and create magic. And the technique he used was reversal of heaven." When Kilris nodded silently, Alon continued to ask. "I know it's meaningless to ask since you've already told me, but has no one besides the first mage ever used the reversal of heaven technique?" Wanting to confirm just in case, Alon asked again, and Kilris firmly nodded. "The reversal of heaven technique itself is merely a legend among mages. The first mage lived in a time long before I was human. So it has only been passed down as a story. Yes, one more thing. The first mage was a bit different from ordinary mages." "In what way?" In response to Alon's question, Kilris answered. "After spreading magic, most mages left successors. It was inevitable. While knowledge was important for using magic, the most crucial thing for mages was their image." Kilris continued speaking. "But the first mage did not create a successor. No, rather than just not creating one, he disappeared after spreading magic to other mages." "He disappeared." "It was as if spreading magic was his sole purpose. After teaching 3 disciples, he vanished. So that's why you said his actions were unusual." Kilris nodded. "That's why there's barely any known information about the reversal of heaven technique. The 3 disciples who witnessed it are long gone, and they never left any records about the first mage." Muttering about a single remaining piece of information, Kilris looked at Alon. "If someone who possesses the reversal of heaven technique reaches that horizon, they may obtain a clue." "That means—" "It seems you really can learn the reversal of heaven technique, even though you haven't inherited a single thing, neither image nor anything else." At Kilris' conclusion, Alon remained silent. He still had no idea how to learn the technique. "So I have to use everything I've learned so far, huh?" With that thought in mind, he asked another question just in case. "Is there no other way to obtain information about the first mage?" "If we think logically, there isn't, but if we think optimistically, perhaps the gods know something." "The gods?" "Yes, though I don't know how many of the gods who saw the first mage are still alive." Alon fell into contemplation at the mention of gods. "Well then, since our conversation is over, let's begin again." However, at those words, Alon snapped back to reality, forming a spell with a slightly tense expression. Exactly 5 seconds later, "La!" Alon opened his eyes in Pinia's office, his face filled with emptiness. Hash hash hash. For the next 2 weeks, Alon did 2 things. One was conducting magical research with Pinia. The other was borrowing Penia's mana, once a day, to enter the realm of the past and fight Kilris. "Oh, you're awake. How many seconds was it?" This time it was 19 seconds. At Penia's report, Alon let out a deep sigh and stood up from his chair. "I did last longer." "Yes, at first, you couldn't even last 4 seconds." Alon scratched his head as he stared at the footsteps of the past, now blackened from depleted mana. "This isn't easy." From 2 weeks ago until now, he had tried various strategies every day, but the gap in strength between him and Kilris remained vast. No matter how much he strategized, Kilris would always unleash a new kind of attack, leading to Alon's inevitable defeat. Thanks to that, I've learned a lot about how to use Blackie, and I've gained useful insights for synchronization research. But he was still no closer to winning the fight. "I'll come back again tomorrow." "Okay." Every day, he returned to Penia's office. For over 2 weeks, she had been enthusiastically researching the artifact he had given her. Watching her lively face for a moment, Alon then headed to his own office. "Now repeat after me. I am the servant of Basilira." "I am servant." As soon as he entered the room, he was met with an unusual sight. Basilira was there, and in front of him, the Sea King god was shifting its body around curiously. "Again, servant." Following Basilira's command, the Sea King god tilted its head but repeated the words. Alon recalled how, just a while ago, the Sea King god had been swimming in the pond outside his mansion. He turned to Basilira and asked, "What are you doing?" "Hierarchy training." "Is that really necessary?" "Hierarchy training is absolutely necessary." Basilira watched the Sea King god with a satisfied expression. Just then, "My lord, I was looking for you. What the hell are you doing?" Evan entered the office and immediately spotted Basilira and the Sea King god. "Heh tilde." Basilira, now brimming with confidence, commanded. "Now, King Serpent, go teach that guy a lesson." "Teach a lesson?" "That's right. You're my servant, so you have to listen to me. Expand your body a little and attack him." As if he had been waiting for this moment, Basilira stretched his body proudly and issued the order. The Sea King god tilted its head a few times before nodding in understanding. "SSSSSS." It then expanded its body to the size of a large serpent. At that sight, "So that's what you've been doing in the garden pond these past few days. It's too late for regrets. Now you'll feel my power firsthand." Evan glanced at Basilira with an unimpressed expression. But instead of backing down, Basilira laughed triumphantly. Then, Evan let out a small chuckle and said, "Hey, King Serpent, come here." He took some jerky from his pocket and waved it in the air. The Sea King god, which had been moving slowly toward Evan, suddenly. It zipped right up to Evan's face, staring at him with sparkling eyes. "Huh, what is this?" Basilira was caught off guard by the unexpected situation. "But, you want this?" Nod, 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 nod. "Then go teach him a lesson first." Nod, nod. The Sea King god instantly changed its target and charged toward Basilira. What? Wait a minute. King Serpent, you are my servant, so why are you attacking me? Cry. "You bastard, attack that dimwit over there, not me." Cry. Basilira, caught in his own trick, was squeezed by the Sea King god and let out a series of agonized wails. Agiagiaog tilde. Alon, watching the situation unfold in silence, asked, "What's with King Serpent?" "The servants have already been feeding it and decided to call it King Serpent." "King Serpent?" "Yes, it apparently follows people around quite well. It likes being petted and also enjoys jerky. So I had some with me to give it some time, but I didn't expect to use it like this." So that was how the Sea King god ended up with a nickname. Kraya, spare me, save me Tilda, with Basilira's screams as background noise. Soon Basilira went limp. Having completed its mission, King Serpent was happily munching on jerky in Evan's arms. At this point, it's not even the Sea King god, just a big puppy. As Alan was having that thought, Evan, still petting King Serpent's head, spoke. By the way, Lord Marquis, you mentioned going to Colony before. Shouldn't you be leaving soon? I should. Then shall we start preparing? Let's set off in about 3 days. Alan replied, while recalling the gemstone he had in his possession. Now that I think about it, the Dragonkin seemed like an ancient deity too. Maybe I should ask them. Recalling the information Kilris had provided, Alan stroked his chin and made a decision. The next day. Hello, Godfather. Rhine had arrived at House Palacio. Yes, Godfather. I just stopped by on my way to Colony. By the way, what are you looking at? Oh, I just felt like there was something I hadn't noticed before. Strangely, instead of looking at Alan's face, her eyes were fixed on the red brooch on his chest, a gift from Yusha. She quietly smiled. Hash. Just a few months ago, the city kingdom of Varnos had been a thriving nation. But now it was nothing more than desolation. The once lush green forests had turned into barren wastelands where no life could survive. The once bustling city now held only remnants, mere traces of human existence. And on that cracked and withered land, step, a man walked forward, clad in black holy robes, with clinking black ornaments hanging from his waist and hands. He walked alone through the lifeless wasteland. Eventually, he reached what was once the capital of Varnos, now little more than ruins barely recognizable as a castle. And there, well, look who we have here. A new man appeared, with ash-gray eyes. The very man who had single-handedly destroyed the Duchy of Varnos and taken control of this place. A monster Chinese letter. It's been a while. At the greeting from the man in black holy robes, the grinning member of the 4 great powers, Agu, replied from the crumbling castle stairs. Yeah, it has been a while. Judging by the state of things, it seems you've settled in nicely. At the remark from the man in black, Agu chuckled and nodded. Yeah, thanks to you, though it was a bit tricky at first. Then Agu created a black droplet on his fingertip and let it fall to the ground. As it rippled outward, the black waves rapidly spread across the desolate land, covering it in dark gray. And with that, what had moments ago been an empty, ruined capital now revealed its true residents. Grotesque figures, neither entirely humanoid nor stable in shape, emerged from the shadows. They wandered the city, screaming eerily. Well, as you can see, I've got a good handle on them now. Then, Saya, the black ripples vanished, closing off the hidden world once more. Watching it all unfold, the man in black holy robes murmured quietly. So, you've even implanted traits into your minions. Correct anyway. Agu grinned again. The fact that you came all this way means you have something to say, right? You know me well. You gave me this power, so I'm willing to listen. Honestly, I never expected to be able to devour greed either. Agu chuckled, clearly pleased, as if recalling an unexpected victory. The man in black watched him briefly before speaking again. This is a request, but also for your own good. For my own good. You may have succeeded in absorbing it, but you haven't fully mastered its power yet. Am I wrong? You're right. So I'll teach you how to control it properly. At those words, Agu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him. You know, I've been wondering. What is it? Why are you helping me? We had no prior connection. It had always puzzled him. Why was this man assisting him so much? At Agu's question, the man in black holy robes fell silent for a moment. Helping you, well, I suppose you could see it that way. He muttered quietly before chuckling. It's simple, helping you is quite important to me. Then the man turned away. A strange gate will open in the desert, go there. What's there? Rather than something being there, something will come. His last murmur, the body of greed, never reached Agu's ears. With a quiet smile, the man in black holy robes walked away once more. Chapter 228. Recently, despite having returned from a northern expedition, Reinhardt was in an exceptionally good mood. The reason was none other than the divine power of Kalanen he had obtained in the north. Even though he did not have unwavering faith, he had gained the ability to wield the power of Kalanen, the lightning receiver. He had acquired the very power he had longed for. Of course, that power alone was still not enough to defeat Deus Macalian. No matter how much divine power he could wield now, Deus was already far ahead. However, nothing could dampen Reinhardt's spirits. Because the moment he gained the ability to use divine power, he realized something. The deeper his faith grew, the stronger this power would become. In other words, there was room for even more growth, and that thought put him in the highest spirits. If only there wasn't one person who had barged into his room. Deus, what is it? What are you doing in my room? I'm getting ready to sleep. Deus Macalian. The very person responsible for ruining his perfect mood was Deus. And not just that, he had somehow brought his own bed into Reinhardt's bedroom and was preparing to sleep. Have you lost your mind? I'm perfectly sane. A perfectly sane person just moves their bed into someone else's mansion without a word and decides to sleep there. I believe that still falls within the range of normal behavior. It's abnormal, completely abnormal. Deus shrugged as if he didn't understand what the problem was. Reinhardt, yelling at him in frustration, shut his eyes tightly as if his head was about to explode. Ever since returning from the expedition, Deus had been copying his every move, and the stress was unbearable. If it were just a little mimicry, Reinhardt wouldn't have said anything. But Deus, he was following Reinhardt around and replicating his entire daily routine. Waking up in the morning, praying, eating breakfast. Training, eating lunch, praying again, and even taking a relaxed afternoon nap. He copied everything. And what was even more disturbing, whenever Reinhardt used divine power, Deus would stare at him with a cold, expressionless gaze, as if that power should have been his. It was constant. 24 hours a day, he stuck around, watching with a persistent look of betrayal, envy, and resentment. It was enough stress to make his hair fall out. Just stop already. Reinhardt finally snapped and screamed, but good night. Deus, completely unfazed, naturally lay down on the bed. Kraya. Reinhardt let out a scream and seriously considered it. Should he go to Marquis Palacio and beg? Beg him to bestow some power on Deus as well. Hash. The day after Rein arrived at the Palacio Marquisate, Alan immediately prepared to leave the estate with her. It just so happened that he was already planning to head to Colony. The only difference this time. Am I really going to? You don't want to? And no, it's not that. It's just I have a lot of research to do. This time, Pena was joining them. I mean the dance of connection. I wanted to observe it a bit more, and I also wanted to study the footsteps of the past, so, yeah, that's all. Pena rolled her eyes and subtly tried to make excuses. Originally, Alan had not intended to bring Pena along. He had already sensed that she was somewhat uncomfortable moving with him. And yet he insisted on taking her, because he needed her to use the footsteps of the past. Once a day. With Pina there, he could use it without any problem. This trip would allow him to focus entirely on his training with Kilris. Pina. Oh, of course, it's not that I don't want to go. I'm a very curious person after all. I'm just worried that I might get too distracted by the trip. Do you see this? Alan held out a gauntlet in front of Pina. This is. If you come on this trip, I'll lend it to you for research once it's over. How about it? This is. As Pina's face lit up with curiosity, Alan immediately activated the gauntlet. Crackle! Black smoke seeped out of the gauntlet, instantly freezing the surrounding area. At that, Pina, now practically in love, stared intensely at Alan, or rather at the gauntlet in his hands. Wow, what is this? From the looks of it, isn't this the same magic the Marquis used before? Wait, just by infusing mana, the artifact automatically arranges the flow, converts the rules, and completes the spell all at once. Oh, and more than that, the quality of the mana seems even higher than usual, the enhancement structure of the mana itself. Pina chattered nonstop. Are you a little more interested now? Yes. In an instant, her expression shifted from, I really don't want to go, to I'm totally excited. All right then, let's go, Godfather. At Rhine's words, the group set off on their journey to Colony. Inside the peaceful carriage, Alan recalled what Rhine had mentioned yesterday and asked, Come to think of it, didn't you say you were going to Colony to find something? Yes, that's right, Godfather. A ruin, perhaps. Rhine nodded in response. Yes, Godfather. I found something interesting in a recently discovered ruin. A recently discovered ruin, huh? Alan quickly went through several ruins in his mind. Back when playing Psychedelia, he had obtained many useful artifacts from Colony's ruins. That's why he had asked Evan to regularly gather information on newly found ruins. Looking through the information he had gathered so far, it doesn't seem to be a ruin that appeared in Psychedelia. He realized that none of the recently discovered ruins were familiar. I see. Alan gave a slight nod, bringing the conversation to an end. Rhine looked up at his chest, his face, and smiled at him. Hash. About 3 weeks had passed since Alan had officially left the Marquisate and embarked on his journey. More precisely, it was the 4th day since they had entered the desert alongside the merchant caravans heading to Colony. A new divine authority has emerged. Yes. For the first time in a long while, Alan encountered Kalinin. Hemtilda. Under a starry night where the Milky Way cascaded down, Kalinin furrowed her brows slightly in thought. Did you do anything special? Recently, it seems there are people who have begun to revere Kalinin as the god of nights. That alone wouldn't be enough to create a new divine authority. You're still bound by the name Kalinin after all. I can't think of any other possibilities. Kalinin made a humming sound as if deep in thought, tilting her neck to the side. She only spoke again when her neck was almost completely bent. Honestly, even I'm not sure. Is that so? Right, for a new divine authority to be born, one must be worshipped as an entirely separate god, and faith in them must accumulate. The idea that faith could emerge without any action, it just doesn't make sense. I see. As Alan nodded in agreement, Kalinin added, But it is curious. If a divine authority really has formed, then it wouldn't just be from 1 or 2 people. It would require at least dozens, if not hundreds, of believers. Is that so? Of course. For faith to gather and solidify into an authority, that much is absolutely necessary. Well, if someone with more influence than even the gods of this world devoted their faith, then even just one or two individuals might be enough to create an authority, but that would be an extraordinarily irregular case. And the likelihood of such a being offering faith to anyone was minuscule. I see. Callanan looked at Alon with a peculiar expression and asked, "Anyway, if you truly did nothing, then someone must have gathered this divine authority and passed it on to Alon Palacio. Do you have any idea who that could be? Someone who could collect divine power and transfer it?" Alon pondered for a moment, but no matter how much he thought about it, no one came to mind, so he simply shrugged. Time up." "What do you mean time up?" "It's time for me to go." Right on cue, Callanan bid farewell. Considering how much divine power has accumulated, this meeting felt too short. Normally, I could stay longer, but I've got something else going on as well. Something else? Yes, I'll tell you about it next time. See you later. Callanan waved her hand with a bright smile. With that, Alon found himself once again in the sweltering heat of the carriage. But then, despite being in the scorching desert, he felt an unexpected chill on his skin. Looking around to assess the situation. Whoa! There in the middle of the carriage was Pina, having completely discarded any sense of a magician's dignity. She had summoned a massive block of ice and was hugging it with all four limbs. This is heaven. Pure bliss. Meow. Nearby, Evan, Basilira and Blackie had also gathered around the ice, looking utterly content. Having Pina along has really improved the quality of this journey. In fact, Blackie, practically Pina's pet at this point, was perched comfortably atop her head, enjoying the cold. Watching its face, full of happiness, reminded Alon of all the times he had suffered in the desert, drenched in sweat. But now, thanks to Pina, everyone was having a much more comfortable journey. Naturally, maybe I should bring her along next time too. The thought crossed his mind. And perhaps sensing danger, Pina, who had been clinging blissfully to the ice, suddenly started glancing around uneasily. Just then, every time we cross the desert, I swear it feels like I'm going to die. Couldn't agree more, caravan leader. Damuda, the leader of the Janda caravan traveling with Alon to Colony, was already exhausted under the relentless desert sun. Then, caravan leader, do you see that? That? At the sudden question from his deputy, Damuda turned his gaze to follow where the man was pointing. And he saw it. A mysterious gate, hidden between the cliffs in the middle of the desert. Is that a strange gate? Looks like it. Pass the word back, we're changing direction. But it doesn't seem like anything is coming out of it. Shouldn't we just continue on this path? And what if something does come out? Realizing that they had already gotten closer to the gate than expected due to the cliffs obscuring their view, Damuda immediately issued an order. Just as the caravan was about to veer to the right, a man suddenly appeared at the very front of the caravan. He wore black trousers and was shirtless, revealing a humanoid scar on his chest. His dark gray eyes gleamed ominously. What the? The deputy muttered in confusion at the sight of the man, who had seemingly materialized out of thin air in the middle of the desert. At the same time, the mercenaries instinctively drew their swords. The man smirked, the corners of his mouth twisting upward. Finally found you, he murmured under his breath, raising his hand forward. Drip. A single black droplet formed at the tip of his index finger and fell to the ground. Drip, drip. More droplets followed, steadily falling. Ordinarily, they would have been absorbed into the sand, but instead, they coalesced into rippling black waves. Everyone present, including caravan leader Damuda, watched in horror as their vision was engulfed in gray. And they saw the man with cold, dark gray eyes. And behind him, hundreds, no, thousands of ghastly creatures. In that moment, let the feast begin. The man's voice echoed through the air. Whoosh! At that very instant, the deputy's upper body was simply erased from existence. Simultaneously, Ayalia! Screams erupted in all directions. Hash, hash, hash. Stop, stop. What the hell is that? This is insane. Run for your lives. Hearing the sudden commotion outside, Alon immediately stepped out of the carriage. And he saw it. A massive, eerie gate near the caravan. Merchants being slaughtered in a scene more horrific than anything he had ever seen. For a brief moment, his face twisted at the sight of bodies being crushed and shredded by an unseen force in empty air. Then, no way. He quickly tried to deduce who was responsible for this. No, there was no need to deduce. Alon knew of only one being capable of recreating such an unnatural phenomenon. At the same time, he couldn't understand. As far as he knew, that entity was not supposed to be here. Then why? As he scanned his surroundings, trying to piece things together, he let out a small sigh, because his worst fear had been confirmed without a shred of doubt. A man was approaching from the distance, wearing a deep, sinister smile. He was one of the four great powers, the ruler of the ghasts that lurked in the underworld. He was Agu. Chapter 229. Clam, a 10-year veteran mercenary of the Lumber Mercenary Corps, could not comprehend what was unfolding before his eyes. Save me, tilde. Crunch, tilde. Just moments ago, his companion who had been laughing and joking with him was now floating midair, spilling his entrails. It was strange. Strange and beyond strange. He could see nothing. Nothing but the floating body of his companion. And yet, even though that was all, no. Snap! From the empty air, his companion's head disappeared, as if something had taken a bite out of it. Splat! Blood poured down from the torn and missing torso, soaking Clam's head. The thick warmth of the blood, dripping down his hair, forced Clam to grasp reality. Soon, an indescribable fear began to fill Clam's eyes. 10 years. 10 years as a mercenary had trained him to remain calm and composed in any situation. But right now, those years meant nothing. Cool-headedness and composure came from experience, from the ability to predict situations based on past encounters. Thud. The scene before him was an unknown terror he had never experienced before. Uwea. A voice drenched in fear escaped Clam's mouth. He looked down with trembling eyes. His companion, who had just been laughing and joking with him, was now nothing but a lump of flesh, crushed onto the ground. And then, splash! On the crimson blood pool formed from his fallen comrade, strange footprints began to appear, neither human nor belonging to a monster. Step by step, they moved toward Clam. Sensing his impending death, Clam squeezed his eyes shut. Crack! What he heard was... It was supposed to be his final sound. Yet Clam reached up and felt his head, still intact. He had clearly heard something bursting, yet he was unharmed. Slowly, he opened his eyes. And what he saw was... a golden crown, illuminated by the sun above the desert, shining brighter than anything else. It hovered right above his head. And that was not all. What? Clam blankly looked around. The space, once filled with gruesome slaughter, had frozen still. The humans who had been writhing on the ground, screaming, were now dazed by the sudden halt. Those who had been suspended mid-air, consumed by the unseen, crashed to the ground. And at that moment, Clam witnessed it. Dozens of golden crowns slicing through the air. Sayla. As they intertwined, they formed a massive golden structure. A mechanical hum sounded from beyond it, prompting Clam to cautiously turn his head. There stood a girl with blue hair. Peenia Chryson, the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower. Holding a staff embedded with a blue gemstone, she whispered something under her breath. Then she struck the staff downward. With a crisp clang, a clear sound rang through the air. And the world began to change. The scorching sunlit world turned to ash gray. The golden sands lost their luster. The brilliant golden crowns dimmed, losing their radiance. And then they appeared. Those impaled by the golden crowns. Tilde. Clam gagged involuntarily. Despite his 10 years as a mercenary, having witnessed all manner of filth and brutality, the sight before him was enough to churn his stomach. He could not even find the words to describe them. Too insect-like to be human. Too beast-like to be insects. Too monstrous to be mere animals. No, too much like slabs of flesh to be mere monsters. Some had their intestines spilling out. Some had gnawed through their own bodies with their teeth. Some had limbs grotesquely twisted. They were black. Things one would expect to see only in the hell described by priests. They shrieked bizarrely as they were skewered by the golden crowns. And at the end of that grotesque sight, interesting, a man stood. A man with a human face embedded in his chest like a heart, gripping the golden crowns that had impaled the others. Marquis, we did as you asked. So what now? This doesn't seem so simple. Peenia's voice trembled in panic. Alon let out a deep sigh. Even he couldn't quite grasp why Agu, one of the 4 great powers, had suddenly appeared in the desert. If it was going to move, it should have emerged near the border where the Juger was. Marquis, should we run? Should we flee? Let's run. Running sounds good right now. Alon glanced at her. At a single look, he could tell Peenia was in no normal state, but he fully understood her reaction. In the story, whenever the 4 great powers appeared, their mere presence was overwhelming. Allies would faint. Characters following the protagonist would struggle under their oppressive presence. Some players had even criticized the game for making the descriptions of the 4 great powers too repetitive. But now he understood. Now, in this very moment, Alon realized why those descriptions had been so consistent. Alon had only just barely stepped into the 5th rank of magic. Yet even for him, the Agu before him was suffocating, sending shivers down his spine just by looking at it. Which meant that Peenia, whose magic rank was higher than his, was feeling even more crushed by despair. And to make matters worse, even Rhine, who had impaled the Agu with golden crowns, was breathing heavily under the pressure. Revealing the hidden Agu through Peenia had been a good move, but just as Alon was beginning to worry about the worsening situation, something started to crawl out from Agu's shadow. A grotesque creature, shifting its gaze across the people. Then its eyes landed on Alon. And it grinned. Let's make a deal. What? Hand over the girl, then I'll withdraw. Before Alon could even process the situation, those words were spoken. Hand over the girl, then I'll withdraw. A sentence that pierced through the ears. Rhine, drenched in cold sweat, relentlessly analyzed the current situation. This was her first time facing Agu directly. However, with the knowledge in her mind, she could easily discern its identity and origin. More importantly, she knew without a doubt, there was no way they could win against it right now. Rhine lifted her eyes to the sky. The golden crowns that had impaled numerous Agu, twisting in the air. They were supposed to be forming Pluto's summoning gate. But they were. The reason was clear. The dozens of Agu impaled between the crowns were defying the death they should have met. Instead, their flesh swelled grotesquely, disrupting the circuit formation of the golden crowns, which meant her available combat power was practically sealed. Had that been the only problem, Rhine might have still seen a chance for victory. No matter how dire the situation, she had prepared a final move after the last attack from greed. But now, even that was meaningless. How does he have greed's power? The man who so boldly demanded her surrender. Incomprehensibly, he possessed greed's abilities. She couldn't guess how he had acquired them, but she could clearly understand his goal. He wants to devour me and claim the library. Rhine bit her lip, calculating every possible scenario. But in just a few seconds, her sharp mind reached one unavoidable conclusion. There was nothing she could do, which meant only one option remained. The safest way to ensure the Great Moon's escape from this place was to put her own life on the bargaining table. She had no regrets. She had already been saved twice. Her life should have ended long ago without the Great Moon. She would have perished under greed's control. So this was the right decision. Rhine manipulated the golden crown, aiming it at her own head. She laced it with magic, setting it so that if her consciousness wavered, it would pierce through her skull. Agu's expression stiffened as it observed her actions. And then, just as Rhine was about to speak, "I refuse." She was cut off. Agu shifted its gaze to the Great Moon. Rhine also turned to look at Elan. With one hand forming a seal, his expression remained blank. "Heh, if you're worried I won't keep my word, don't be. Believe it or not, I tend to honor my promises." Agu spoke with playful ease. "But don't make me say it twice." "Elan, I refuse," he repeated, this time with a slightly hardened expression. At that, I extended my generosity because I thought things would get complicated if I pushed too hard. Agu's brows furrowed in mild irritation. "And then, in that case, die." In an instant, Agu appeared right before Elan, so fast that no one could react. Without hesitation, Agu drove its fist toward Elan's heart. "Ah!" A scream burst from Rhine's lips before she could finish her words. At that moment, a small black figure landed on Elan's shoulder, and Elan's chest was pierced through. Boom! Everything exploded. Faded sand erupted in all directions, stirring up clouds of dust. Carriages behind them were obliterated. Corpses were sent flying. And within the thick dust, Rhine, who had been reaching out toward Elan, stared blankly ahead. The gray dust turned into pure white snowfall. Her outstretched hand became small, like a child. The scent of blood lingered in her nose. And what finally filled her vision was corpses. Her parents, her sister, the consequence of her own powerlessness. Her sin. Thump, 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 tilde. Her heart pounded wildly. Her mind, remembering everything, pulled the past to the surface. The torn lips. The guilt of that day. The crime of that day. The shattered memories of her family, scattered like shards of glass. "It's because you didn't embrace greed." A voice echoed in Rhine's head. "Accept me." A voice so disturbingly vile, as if it were scraping at the core of her being, yet so irresistibly alluring. A power that will let you lose nothing. As if entranced, Rhine reached out her hand. A sudden voice cut through the moment. It was Agu's, but unlike before, it carried an undeniable tone of surprise. Rhine's vision shifted once more. The black figure that had reached for her vanished from sight. The fragmented images of her family disappeared. And finally she saw Alan, his heart impaled by Agu's fist. Yet something was strange. Crackle. KH. Agu, the one who had pierced Alan's heart, grimaced in pain. Bam! With a sharp twist, Agu swung its arm and struck Alan's head. For a moment, Alan's head scattered like smoke. But, almost instantly, it regenerated as if nothing had happened. Agu's pupils widened in shock. Hutilda. The black figure on Alan's shoulder, radiating a bright light, seemed to merge into him. Two horns began to sprout from his head. And Alan, controlling the transformation occurring within his body, spoke the final word. Fusion. At first, it had been an accident. During his research with Pena on divinity, they had stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. That Blackie's body could freely absorb not just magic, but divine power itself. And beyond that, during his battle with Kilris, Alan had developed a technique to temporarily absorb Shadow Dragon's power into his body. That was the foundation of this fusion. The synergy between magic and divinity. By layering divine power onto Blackie, fusing with it, and donning the divinity of Kalanan, while utilizing Thunder God's form to convert his magic-based body. Crackle. Everything was transformed into divine energy, eliminating the burden of excessive magic consumption. And reconstructing his entire being using divinity itself. Metamorphosis. Divine thunder. Thus, crackle. Amidst the ashen world, a pair of crackling blue eyes gazed down upon Agu. Chapter 230. In the ashen world, the first to make a move was Alan. Alan, moving so fast that even Agu reacted a beat late, instantly kicked him in the stomach. Quang! Agu shot through the air like a cannonball. At the same time, lightning surrounding Alan scattered in all directions, burning everything around him and forming the shape of wings. The impact was excessive for just a single movement. The mouths of the surviving merchants and soldiers gaped open as if they would tear apart, and hope flickered in their eyes. After sending Agu flying like a cannonball, Alan immediately reached out toward the air. Pazd. Massive bolts of lightning connecting the ashen world radiated in all directions, gathering into a colossal bolt in Alan's grasp. The lightning, absorbing energy with terrifying intensity as if it intended to consume everything, including Alan himself, swelled in an instant, splitting the ashen sky and earth. Divine punishment, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The lightning struck toward Agu, who was rolling on the ground. The ashen world turned stark white. It devoured the senses of the merchants and mercenaries. The earth quaked, and when their vision returned, what they saw was a conical fissure splitting the ashen land. The merchants and mercenaries, who had regarded the overwhelming power with awe instead of hope, only had a brief moment to react. That's insane. He's alive. It didn't take long for their eyes to shift from astonishment to shock. Within the massive conical crater Alan had created. This is beyond expectations. Agu, Chinese letter, who had just been on the receiving end of a one-sided attack, smirked grimly as he looked at Alan. Agu's body bore many wounds. However, none of them were severe enough to affect his combat ability. Rhine, who had been staring blankly until now, frowned. Yet Alan showed no emotional disturbance whatsoever. As expected, it's not working. Agu exuded a relaxed composure. Alon wasn't surprised by that. He had somewhat expected it. To begin with, Agu is not someone I can deal with at my current level. The leader of one of the four major factions. They were characters who appeared in the latter half of Psychedelia, only manageable when the protagonist and most of his allies reached nearly max level in the game. Something had gone terribly wrong, though, as Agu now seemed to possess the power of greed. The creatures from the inner world that Agu controlled were never originally so grotesque and bizarre. They had singular forms. And the humanoid scar on Agu's chest hadn't been there before. In other words, no matter what Alon did at this moment, he could not bring Agu down. I was a little surprised, and it's quite interesting, so I'll entertain you a little longer. Heh. As if fully aware of this reality, Agu waved his hand dismissively, taunting him. However, despite recognizing the despair of the situation, Alon did not feel despair. Because he already had a plan in mind. A way to do something about Agu standing before him. Alon subtly shifted his gaze toward Rhine. He noticed Penia whispering something to her. Pazd. Without hesitation, Alon ignited his lightning and charged at Agu. This time, even though Agu caught sight of Alon's movement, he simply stood still, smirking as if daring him to try. His confidence was something Alon could understand. After all, Alon's divine energy was gradually dissipating over time, whereas Agu, aside from his numerous but superficial wounds, was completely intact. At this point, considering Agu's personality and psychedelia to him, Alon was nothing more than an amusing toy, nothing more, nothing less. But who? Precisely because of that, Alon's plan could be realized. The moment Alon reached Agu, he gathered all his strength into his legs. In response, the surrounding electricity concentrated at Alon's feet. Pazd. He struck Agu with a kick. Quang tilde. With a deafening crash, Agu was once again blasted away like a cannonball. Yet even then, he continued to smirk at Alon. As if mocking him, was this all he could do? But in response to that reaction, Alon, beneath his expressionless face, smiled. Because with this, he had achieved his goal. Agu's vision shifted. From the empty ashen world to a vividly colored, violet-hued world. The moment Agu realized, he had entered the forbidden gate and saw Alon following in after him with a puzzled look. Crack! Until just a moment ago, Alon had been scattering lightning everywhere. But now he immediately dispelled it and formed a seal with his hands. At that moment, Agu sensed something was wrong. What? A sudden transformation within the space. For the first time, a trace of panic crossed Agu's face. The Forbidden Gates world, which had been completely intact, crunch crack, began to collapse. The momentary panic over the sudden situation was brief. This is dangerous. Realizing that the collapse was caused by Alon, Agu immediately tried to rush at him. Unfortunately for him, he failed. At the moment Agu attempted to dash forward, a massive gate formed above Alon's head. Pluto, limited deployment. And then, Rhine's voice rang in Agu's ears. Divine punishment. A colossal mechanical hand rushed toward Agu. Agu immediately twisted his body to evade, unleashing countless monstrous entities. Using them as footholds, he attempted to escape from Pluto's grasp. But, for just a brief moment, Penia's magic bound his legs. Agu shattered the restraining spell in an instant with a mere shake of his body. However, the fleeting moment created by that magic, Quang tilde, was enough for Pluto's hand to reach Agu. Simultaneously, 6 hands formed behind Alon's back. Hand seals, 6 bindings. As he completed the binding seal, the Forbidden Gate's world shattered like glass, giving way to the abyss. Snowflake, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The moment Alan completed the final seal, the world now completely broken. Cast Agu into the abyss. Now, Marquis, stop. You must stop. Falling, tilde. Peenia flailed in panic as she confirmed that Agu had been cast into the abyss, while Alan cut off the magic he had been performing. And then, thud, the shattered Forbidden Gate world began to return to its original form. The world, cracked like broken glass, was restored as if time had reversed. Tilde. Finally, after confirming that the void where Agu had been thrown had been completely filled. Alan let out a small sigh and sank to the ground. Hash. I thought I was going to die. Ho tilde so Marquis, how was it? My perfect plan. As the Forbidden Gate was restored without a scratch, Alan muttered under his breath. Peenia, now brimming with pride, asked as if she hadn't just been panicking moments ago. Alan let out a small chuckle. I had my doubts, but it was flawless. Right, I analyzed your magic and calculated everything myself while searching for the Forbidden Gate, so honestly, failure was never an option. Is that so? Yes, remember when you were away for a bit, I went then. You saved us all then. Heffy. Peenia puffed up her chest and exhaled sharply, as if demanding more praise. Normally, she would have seemed arrogant. But right now, Alan was more than willing to praise her over and over again. Even though you had warned me that space-time would distort due to the Forbidden Gate phenomenon, I didn't expect it to be this extreme. Well, to be honest, even I didn't anticipate this much. Based on the magic level I observed from you before, the collapse should have been weaker than this. Is that so? Yes, given your total mana capacity, I didn't think you'd be able to bring down the entire Forbidden Gate world. Maybe I miscalculated. Peenia muttered to herself, lost in thought. Alan then shifted his gaze to Rhine, who was still staring blankly in the direction where Agu had been thrown. Are you all right? Rhine finally snapped back to reality and nodded. Yes, Godfather. Thank you for your concern. I'm glad to hear that, but you don't look well. Rhine hesitated, then gave an awkward smile. Sorry, I must have worried you. It's just something is bothering me. Agu. Yes, I just wonder if this is really the end. At her words, Peenia shrugged and interjected. If that's what you're worried about, don't be. No matter how strong that Agu guy is, he got thrown into the abyss. We won't be seeing him again. Can we really believe that? Ho, of course. Beyond the abyss, there's no mana, no nothing, and space-time is completely tangled. Survival is practically impossible. At most, we might be able to find some traces of him. She then quickly added, though with the space-time distortions, his body would probably be shredded into 1,000 pieces, so at best, we might find a scrap of flesh or something. Clearing her throat, Peenia then turned to Alan. Ahem, so Marquis. Yes. I worked really hard, you know. I feel like I did something super helpful this time, too, and well. She glanced sideways at Alan expectantly. Alan watched her for a moment before chuckling. When we return, I'll give you one of my artifacts. Really? Yes. Kaya, I knew I could count on you. Peenia jumped up and down with a bright, triumphant expression. She then quickly spun around and declared, Let's go, we need to finish our journey. With sparkling eyes, she stepped through the Forbidden Gate's exit. Let's go too. Yes, Godfather. Alan followed after her with Rhine. But then, swoosh tilde. Penia suddenly backstepped, returning inside the forbidden gate. Ignoring Alon's puzzled expression, she stepped out of the gate again. Swoosh tilde, only to immediately backpedal and re-enter. What are you doing? After repeating this odd behavior several times, Alon finally asked. Then Penia. Marquis. Ahaha, I feel like my eyes might be playing tricks on me. Something feels really off. She forced out an obviously mechanical, awkward laugh. Hearing that, Alon stepped out of the forbidden gate himself, and was met with nothing but barren land. No, to be precise, a ruined world. The same devastated world he had seen every time he went to meet Kilrus. A world where nothing existed. What the? Amidst the absolute void, Alon could only murmur blankly. Chapter 231. Alon stared blankly ahead. The world he was looking at remained unchanged. All he could see was a gray sky filled with nothing but dust. The ground beneath him cracked and crumbled into dust with every step, as if to declare that new life could never be born in this place. It was a scene that perfectly suited the term, a world in ruin. Who? Alon forcibly steadied his mind, suppressing the confusion creeping in, and took a moment to observe his surroundings in an attempt to assess the situation. Where is this place? As Alon looked around, Rhine furrowed her brow in confusion and reached toward the ground. The dirt in her hand scattered like ashes, and seeing this, Alon continued his thoughts. Is this the place where we were attacked by Agu just moments ago? Alon quickly shook his head. Clearly it was not. The place where he had encountered the Agu was in the middle of a sun-scorched desert, not this devastated wasteland where a single step could turn everything to nothingness. So had the world changed so drastically in just the short time Alon, Rhine, and Penia spent inside the strange gate to deal with the Agu. That, too, was an unlikely possibility. Unless a comet the size of Earth had crashed into the Psychedelia continent, or something of even greater magnitude had occurred, the chance of an entire world perishing in such a short span was essentially non-existent. And as far as Alon knew, nothing like this had ever happened in Psychedelia before. Who? Thinking this far, Alon let out a deep sigh before calmly surveying his surroundings once more. It's a little different from the inner world I saw when I met Kilrus. At first glance, this landscape bore such a striking resemblance to the inner world that he had momentarily wondered if that was where they had ended up. But upon closer inspection, there was something subtly different, though its fundamental appearance does seem similar. Alon turned to his side. Penia was mumbling incoherently as if she were experiencing lag, and Rhine had a twisted expression on her face. Rhine. Yes, Godfather. Do you have any idea what's going on here? Rhine slowly shook her head in response to Alon's question. I'm sorry, Godfather. There's nothing like this in the library, and I have no immediate way of understanding this phenomenon either. Hearing her somber tone, Alon easily realized that knowledge regarding this strange gate phenomenon must have been sealed away. It can't be helped. Don't worry too much about it. Yes. Alon then turned his gaze to Penia. She was clutching her head, groaning as if it were spinning uncontrollably. Her brow was deeply furrowed, lost in thought. Do you have any guesses as to what might have happened? Penia let out a strained groan in response to Alon's question. It's not that I have no guesses, it's that I have too many. Too many? Yes, how? After murmuring, give me a moment to organize my thoughts, Penia fell into deep contemplation. After some time, she finally spoke again. To put it simply, this is not the desert we were in. I had already suspected as much, so where are we then? There are many possibilities for that. Penia paused for a moment before continuing. As you know, we broke down the space-time structure of the strange gate to push the Agu beyond it, right? That's right. And you executed that using your magic. Correct. I suspect that something went wrong in that process. Collapsing space-time and pushing the Agu in was successful, but we were also affected because we were inside the gate. Penia nodded. At the moment, that's the most reasonable assumption I can make. We were definitely affected, but it's difficult to determine exactly how that impact has manifested. So that's why you said you had too many guesses. Yes, since space-time itself was disrupted. If your assumption is correct, then does that mean we might be in an entirely different dimension? Penia hesitated, letting out a troubled hum before cautiously shaking her head. No, I don't think so. That might be possible for the Agu, whose body has already been torn apart into thousands of pieces. Then what? If I had to consider another possibility, we may have been displaced to a different point in time, but even that seems highly unlikely. Penia cleared her throat and explained further. According to the Magic Tower's research, strange gates form due to a distortion in space-time caused by a specific anomaly. In other words, though they are unnatural, they are still created spaces. So, if the strange gate had been left unstable after being broken, then maybe. But since it was already a formed space, the likelihood of us being thrown into a different time is very low. She added that this was assuming the Magic Tower's research was correct, but at the moment, it seemed plausible. So what you're saying is, the most likely scenario is that we're in a different place, not a different time. Exactly. Even though this wasn't our intention, it's possible the strange gate functioned as a sort of passageway and… Mid-conversation, Penia suddenly seemed to recall something, stroking her chin thoughtfully. A passageway, if studied properly, this could contribute to teleportation research. If that works out, not only would the achievement be groundbreaking, but the money at least. Muttering to herself, her eyes soon widened as if she had stumbled upon a revelation. If that happens, I could become the pioneer of spatial magic that even Azure could. Penia started giggling ominously, clearly indulging in a rather delightful fantasy. And then, Lord Marquis, for now we need to figure out where we are as soon as possible. Her eyes burned with enthusiasm as she urged Elan forward. Can't we just return through the strange gate? Elan, about to move, unconsciously murmured the question. Because the strange gate, which had been shining brightly just moments ago, had vanished. It's gone. It was temporarily distorted due to magic. That means, if we had been inside, it would have returned to normal, right? That's not the case. Once it was distorted, it most likely became unpredictable. Even if we had stayed inside, nothing good would have come of it. In the worst-case scenario, the twisted gate could have been sucked into space-time itself, leading them to the same fate as the Agu, Penia explained. So, in the end, we need to investigate further. Exactly. Then, let's move forward for now. Leaving behind the vanished strange gate, Elan took his first step toward the ruined world. Hash. Without knowing where he was, Elan had walked southward for an entire day. As he observed the continuous scenery, he pondered. Where exactly is this place? All the countless theories that had occupied his mind throughout the day were discarded. No matter how hard he searched his memory, he had never seen such a landscape in the game. After a full day of deliberation, Elan finally arrived at the most reasonable conclusion from his perspective. That was, this place wasn't in the eastern continent where the Allied Kingdom was, but rather, it was part of the Empire. The Empire, a place inaccessible in psychedelia, the game Alan had played. Instead, it was the setting for another game made by the same developers, Calypsophobia. From what Alan knew, Calypsophobia had a much darker atmosphere than Psychedelia, featuring more gore and brutal narratives. Though he had never played it himself due to being engrossed in Psychedelia, he at least had basic knowledge about it. If this world is several times darker than Psychedelia, then it wouldn't be surprising for a place like this to exist. With that thought, Alan formulated a plan. In the Psychedelia community, posts frequently appeared with titles like "Overpowered items you can get in Psychedelia from Calypsophobia." Thanks to that, he had a rough idea of the locations of artifacts useful for mages. If I can get my hands on those, they'll definitely be helpful. As Alan was deep in thought, "Marquis, look over there," Penia shouted loudly. "Well, that's smoke, there must be a village." Following her voice, Alan turned his gaze forward and confirmed the rising smoke. "Let's check it out." "Yes, Godfather." Without hesitation, Alan moved toward the location Penia had pointed out, with Rhine following beside him. Soon they arrived at the edge of a cliff, overlooking the source of the smoke. And the moment Alan looked down, he fell into silence. It wasn't just him. Even Penia, who had excitedly pulled him along, was speechless. Rhine, who had walked alongside them and looked down, also fell into stunned silence. What they saw, "What is that?" was a one-sided slaughter. A mass of non-human beings, bound and desperately fleeing, only to be mercilessly skewered like mere playthings. Humans? No, creatures merely wearing human faces, were committing a ruthless massacre. Hash. The colony, always basked in scorching sunlight, was unusually covered with dark clouds. The reason was simple. It was the rainy season, which only came once a year. Yet despite the overcast sky, Xiaoring, standing with her back to the sky, paid no mind and simply swayed her tail. Her excitement stemmed from one thing, Alan. She had heard a few weeks ago that Alan had left the desert. That meant he would be arriving at the colony soon. Because of that, Xiaoring had been in an exceptionally good mood lately. What should I do when Master arrives? Her tail swayed even more energetically. Xiaoring usually didn't enjoy thinking too much. But this was an exception. Tilda, should we visit the Eastern restaurant this time? We've always been too busy with other matters to go together, but I'm sure Master would like it. Just the thought made Xiaoring's lips curve into a crescent smile. And after that, maybe we could drop by the Western ruins. They say there's not much to observe there, but at night, the ruins align with the Milky Way, creating a stunning view. Master would love that for sure. Her tail, usually still, fluttered like a spring breeze. Right, we should travel together too. Where should we go? I want to spend as much time as possible with Master, so maybe we should travel all the way to the border, or visit the places I've always wanted to see. Where would be best, Tilda? Just thinking about Alan made her ears perk up toward the sky. Even as the dark clouds thickened, casting shadows over the office and making it feel like night. Xiaoring's expression brightened, her smile growing wider. Humming a tune, lost in a happy daydream. Knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door caught her attention, and she instantly recognized the presence. El Ime. Xiaoring, ma'am. What is it, Tilda? Xiaoring lazily stretched her words. But I have news to deliver. Lime's voice was stiff, unlike usual. Thud. Xiaoring's humming stopped as she finally turned around. And then she saw Lime's face. It was filled with shadows of deep concern. What's wrong? Xiaoring asked. But Lime only parted her lips, unable to speak immediately. What happened? Xiaoring asked again, her voice firm. Marquis Palacio has. After hesitating, Lime finally spoke. Passed away. Then she bowed her head. And at that moment, drip, drop, drip, drip, through the thickening sound of raindrops, Xiaoreng's voice trembled, a voice so fragile as if it might shatter at any moment. Chapter 232. Listening to the sudden sound of pouring rain, Xiaoreng stared blankly at Lime. Her expression remained unchanged. As she bit her lips anxiously and looked at Xiaoreng, not a trace of deception could be found on her face. Anxiety. That was all Xiaoreng could read from Lime's face. Xiaoreng suddenly recalled the pranks Lime had played on her so far. She used to play various tricks on her. But never once had she ever played such a cruel joke. However, what if she had taken advantage of this situation and turned it into a prank? From what Xiaoreng had heard, Lime could be quite mischievous with others, even if not with her. As her thoughts reached that point, Xiaoreng recalled the wrong she had done to Lime recently. Was it because she had stolen the dessert she had excitedly bought upon returning from Ashtalon? Or perhaps it was because she had broken one of her cherished plates. Thinking back, it wouldn't be so strange for Lime to play such a trick, considering how badly she had treated her. Feeling a slight twinge of guilt, Xiaoreng smiled. Sentences arranged themselves in her mind. It was a prank. This was Lime's prank. A joke. Yes, a joke. Since she was the one who had wronged her first. Lime, unable to hold back any longer, was taking her own form of revenge. That had to be it. But, hey, don't joke around, Lime. Lime's expression was too real for a prank. Hey, what are you talking about? Unknowingly, Xiaoreng's voice trembled at the end. Lime remained silent. Seeing this, Xiaoreng reacted even more cheerfully. I know I've been a bit harsh lately, but isn't this prank too much? Lime still remained silent. Lime, if you want, I can buy you another dessert to make up for it. Xiaoreng shouted, her smile growing brighter. Her voice trembled a little more. Yet Lime remained silent. Lime, I told you, I don't like these kinds of pranks. As the silence refused to break, Xiaoreng's lips stiffened, and she murmured quietly. By now, Lime should have spoken up, saying it was just a joke, that she was just playing a trick because Xiaoreng had stolen her dessert. That was the reaction she needed, because this was just a prank. But since it had gone on long enough, now she had to say it. A response. Xiaoreng looked at Lime. Lime kept her mouth tightly shut, and in her eyes, along with anxiety, another emotion emerged. Seeing that, Xiaoreng shook her head involuntarily, as if she couldn't understand. It couldn't be. This had to be a joke. It had to be a prank. Yes, it was just a terribly bad joke. But why? Why was Lime making that kind of face? Xiaoreng. Lime called her name. Then she slightly parted her lips. Again and again, as if speaking was too difficult. And then, her lips, shall we go buy dessert, did not open. Before she could say anything, Xiaoreng had already grabbed Lime's hand. Her lips curled into a smile so forced, anyone could see it was unnatural. That's what this is about, right? Let's go buy some, it won't take long, we can be back before Master arrives, let's hurry and go. Cheerfully laughing, Xiaoreng pulled Lime towards the door, as if trying to run away from the truth. She held onto Lime's hand tightly. But, because it was too pitiful. This is not a joke, Xiaoreng. Lime had no choice but to bring her the truth. Xiaoreng came to an abrupt halt, and Lime felt a suffocating pressure in her chest. 2 days ago, The merchant group traveling with the Marquis was attacked by an unknown man, and only a few survived. And among those survivors was Sir Evan, the Marquis's escort knight. Lime stopped speaking there. It wasn't by choice. A murderous aura, a chilling presence started to suffocate her. Hick! A killing intent so thick it felt as though it could snap her breath at any moment. It was coming from Xiaoring. Lime had no choice but to stop talking. Where are they? The ones who did that to Master, where are they? Lime saw it. Xiaoring's eyes, void of any emotion, devoid of even the smallest fragment of feeling. Her gaze, as if something crucial had completely shattered and collapsed. Lime swallowed hard. Hash. Work. The first to react to the horrific sight beneath the cliff was Pina. She turned away and dropped to her knees, vomiting. Rhine also furrowed her brow, as if finding the scene unbearable to face. The view below the cliff was devastating. No, calling it devastating was an understatement. It was so gruesome it could only be described as hell itself. Alon rolled his eyes. No matter where he looked, all he could see were corpses. If that were all, he wouldn't have thought it was this brutal and horrific. Alon had lived in psychedelia for over 10 years, witnessing countless corpses. Rhine and Pina were no different. Just seeing dead bodies wouldn't have made them flinch or gag. In a dark fantasy world like this, encountering corpses was an everyday occurrence. So what was it that brought such an overwhelming sense of despair? Alon shifted his gaze to the side. It wasn't just corpses that he saw. There was a mountain made of severed heads from various species. Turning his eyes in another direction, he saw another mountain, this one formed from brutally slaughtered bodies. Right beside it, things were ripping apart and mutilating the corpses in grotesquely cruel ways. And when he turned again, he saw the living being hunted. There was no other word for it. The first thing that came into view were non-human species desperately fleeing with their arms restrained. There were all kinds of races. Elves and beastkin, whom Alon recognized, and others he had never seen before. Men, women, children, it made no difference. All of them had their arms bound in restraints as they ran for their lives. And the ones chasing them were humans. No, they aren't human. Alon noticed small protrusions growing from the tops of their heads. Their overall shape resembled that of humans, but there was something unmistakably alien about them. Before he could contemplate further, one of these creatures grabbed hold of a beastkin. Alon witnessed its final moments, spears impaling its stomach. The beastkin let out a tortured scream, one so agonizing that it would have been better to die instantly. And those creatures, they were laughing, as if they were having fun. Without any hesitation, they pushed the spears in deeper. They were clearly treating this entire situation as a game. For the first time, Alon's usually calm and emotionless eyes sank deep into darkness. Hash. Galileo. Hiyek. A horrifying scream tore through the air. At the same time, a white-haired girl who had been running desperately tripped on a rock and crashed face first into the ground. Dirt filled her mouth. It had a sickening taste, perhaps because it was soaked in old blood. But she had no time to dwell on the taste or the pain. She scrambled to her feet and began running again. Her ankle throbbed as if it might snap from the fall. Still, she did not stop. Instead, with tears streaming down her face, she clenched her teeth and ran even harder. She knew all too well what would happen if she stopped now. But then, crack, Buffy. As if mocking her desperation, her already weakened legs gave out, creaking like broken gears. And finally, thud, Dahlia. A sharp, excruciating pain shot through her thigh, sending her rolling onto the ground. A searing agony consumed her body. Her mind could only process one thought: it hurts. Ooh, gosh. Even in such agony, she clawed at the dirt, desperately dragging her body forward. She had to escape. She had to run. She had to get out of here, no matter what. So she could survive. So she could find her family. Her mother. Her father. Her friends. Gosh. She bit back the pain and pulled herself forward. The stench of blood filled her nose. The foul odor of a battlefield soaked with countless deaths tormented her senses. But then, "You're trying really hard to run, huh?" Unfortunately, that was the end of her escape. A rough hand seized her white hair, yanking her up. It was the same man who had impaled her thigh with a spear. Her silver-white hair, now dirtied with blood and soil, was mercilessly pulled back. She let out a faint groan as she was lifted off the ground. The man sneered at her helpless form. And then, Kaya. As if it was nothing, he twisted the spear still embedded in her thigh. Her screams tore through the night as her body convulsed violently. The man only smirked at her suffering. "Yeah, that's it. Scream louder. Cry out like the world is ending. Send your terror to Lord Barma. You can do that, right?" He pushed the spear even deeper. And then, the girl's body went limp. She had lost consciousness from the pain. Without hesitation, the man yanked the spear from her leg. "For you, Lord Barma, I offer this." With a bright smile, he raised the spear high into the sky. His frenzied eyes glowed as he fixated on the girl's heart, her body still bleeding onto the dirt. And then, her disheveled hair framed her delicate, youthful face, now filled with hopelessness. She had realized the truth. No matter how much she struggled, she could not escape. She would die here. A single tear slid down her cheek. Memories flickered through her mind like shattered fragments of light. Her parents' faces, her younger sibling's smile, her friends, the people of her village. All the precious moments she had shared with them flashed before her eyes like a fading dream. The fierce determination that had burned in her gaze, even in this dire situation, began to fade. The end was coming. The man sneered as he raised his spear. He aimed for her heart. And then, crack! A tiny, nearly imperceptible sound rang in her ears. Huh! She became aware of two things. One, she was being held in someone's arms. And two, "Are you all right?" The person who had saved her was a man with an emotionless face. "Penia, can you heal her? I'm not a specialist, but I can handle emergency treatment." The man, Alon, handed the white-haired girl over and immediately turned his back. At the same time, crackle! From his head, two horns of lightning began to grow. La! The girl's eyes fixated on the man's back. A divine figure, cloaked in lightning. Chapter 233. The girl blankly stared at the man before her. A man wrapped in blue lightning. Before him, the followers of Barma had already begun to gather. At first there were dozens, then hundreds from afar. Then, after the horn, which sounded like a human scream, blared, an uncountable number of followers gathered at this priest. Just like when they attacked her village. "Our run, we have to run." Overwhelmed by instinctive fear, she forced out the voice that wouldn't come. The eyes of the playthings, who had also been running away until just a moment ago, were now filled with despair. The fact that so many of them had gathered here meant one thing: no one would survive this place today. That was why. She let out a pained sigh as she watched the followers reach the man's front before she even realized it. Numbers were an overwhelmingly important factor in war. No matter how strong an individual was, they could never defeat the masses. Just like her village, just like her parents, just like her entire race. No matter how exceptional one's power was, a single hand could not block 10. Before the violence of overwhelming numbers, even the strongest was reduced to a mere individual. With an expression full of fear, the girl looked beyond the man. Already, countless followers were charging forward, enough to fill the vast passage, all with the intent to kill him. The thunderous sound of their footsteps, like an overwhelming roar, sent her into a panic. Their screams repeatedly resurfaced the traumatic memories buried deep within her. And then, at the very moment when the soldiers reached the man and swung their spears, she saw it. The man, wreathed in lightning, suddenly shone brilliantly. And then, crackle! The lightning clutched in the man's hand. It spread its greedy tendrils in all directions, as if it sought to consume the entire world. The followers who had charged at him to kill him were incinerated in an instant. And then the man threw the lightning. A simple short motion, yet a decisive one. And then, after a burst of pure white light so blinding it nearly robbed her of sight, a pristine landscape lay before her. No more followers remained in her view. No longer did she see the blood-stained weapons they had carried. No longer did she see the cruel decorations they had crafted in devotion to their faith. Only the man stood there, with an utterly calm and indifferent expression. The man who had swept away her fear and terror. The white-haired girl blankly stared at the man's back, as if trying to carve it into her memory. Blankly. Hash, hash, hash. Rumble. In the ashen world, a golden crown, still shining in brilliant gold, was bent and broken here and there. Right after the last of the approaching men were slain. It's over now. I don't sense any more enemies. I see. Penia, who had just been using magic to scan the surroundings, reported. Alon let out a deep sigh as he looked around. Everywhere his gaze landed, those who had just moments ago been slaughtered like plaything by those wielding weapons, now looked at him with a mix of bizarre hope and fear. Was this the right choice? Seeing their expressions, Alon unconsciously questioned himself. From his own standpoint, it was hard to say that the choice he made today was the right one. He didn't even know who exactly he had just killed. Nor did he understand why they had been so cruelly hunting these other races as mere toys. In other words, Alon had saved these people without any special knowledge. But that didn't mean he had done it thoughtlessly. From the beginning, the reason Alon had come down to save them was because, with the help of Rhine's eyes, he had confirmed in advance that no overwhelming threats existed here. Of course, even with that confirmation, choosing to oppose an unknown force in an unknown land, without knowing their full strength, was never a wise decision. But even so, Alon did not regret his actions, even if it wasn't the best choice. He believed it was the right one. Just as he was lost in thought, a faint voice called from behind. When Alon turned around, a wolf beastman with a long scar over his right eye stood there. As soon as Alon turned to face him, the beastman suddenly dropped to his knees. "Thank you for saving us." His head struck the ground with a loud thud, while Alon was momentarily caught off guard. I truly thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank." One by one, the other beastmen followed the wolf and knelt, offering their thanks. Men and women, young and old, all bowed their heads to the ground. Watching this, Alon spoke. "Rhine, can you remove their restraints? I just finished analyzing them. They can be undone right away, Guardian." Then please do. Yes. Rhine moved her hands lightly, murmuring something under her breath. Then, clang, the restraints binding the beastman's hands began to fall away. The restraints. They're gone. The chains that had bound them vanished in an instant. As they looked down at their now free hands, they were overcome with emotion. Alan judged that the priority now was to leave this dreadful place. We must leave here at once. Hash. If you are looking for a place nearby where the Barma fanatics won't find you, leave it to me. The first to step forward was the wolf beastman, who had bowed his head to Alan in gratitude. As soon as his restraints were removed, he moved eastward with practiced ease. They walked for nearly an entire day before arriving at a cave. If it's here, the fanatics won't find us. The divine blessing in this area prevents them from entering. The wolf beastman led the other non-humans and Alan into the cave. Only then did Alan finally hear his introduction. I apologize for the delay in introducing myself to my savior. I am Rangbin, a warrior of the Azure Fang clan. I am Alan Palacio. Rangbin bowed deeply. Then, after some hesitation, he carefully spoke. May I ask you something? What is it? Did you come from the Human Federation to aid us? The Human Federation. I see you are not. At Alan's reaction, Rangbin let out a deep sigh, as if he had expected that answer. There was a faint trace of resentment on his face, prompting Alan to ask. If possible, can you explain the situation to me? Explain, you say? Yes, unfortunately, we are not fully aware of the current state of affairs. What do you mean? Rangbin tilted his head in confusion. Alan hesitated, wondering if he should reveal the truth, but soon decided to be honest. We ended up here due to an unforeseen accident from the Allied Kingdom. The Allied Kingdom. Rangbin spoke as if he was hearing something utterly foreign. Alan responded, Yes, do you not know of it? I apologize, but this is my first time hearing of such a place. It borders the Empire. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure where you mean. At Rangbin's words, Alan felt a sense of unease. Is this not part of the Empire? Alan had assumed it was. He knew that calypsophobia was set in the Empire, filled with grotesque and brutal tales. Yet Rangbin had no knowledge of the Empire. Something was off. I've heard there are primitive tribes and even islands far from the Empire in calypsophobia, but could someone really not know about the Empire at all? As he pondered this, regardless, since you seem unfamiliar with the situation, I will explain. Rangbin began his explanation. It lasted for quite some time. In summary, humans who worship the god Barma have declared war on non-humans, slaughtering them mercilessly to gather faith. Yes, that is correct. That is why we formed a coalition to resist Barma, but we are being utterly overwhelmed. Rangbin grimaced, as if recalling terrible memories. A fanatic cult that slaughters non-humans indiscriminately to gain faith, Barma, huh? Alan repeated the name in his mind, but found nothing familiar. Was there ever a cult named Barma in calypsophobia? He shook his head. He had never played the game, but he had seen plenty of spoilers and discussions about it. If Barma had been a significant faction, at the very least, he would have remembered its name. Even a similar name should have come to mind, yet nothing did. What troubled Alan even more was the sheer scale of the war between Barma's cult and the coalition. If it's this massive at this point in time, I should have at least some memory of it. As he pondered, Rangbin moved. For now, would you wait here a moment? I need to properly conceal the hideout, just in case. We came in a hurry and didn't set up proper defenses. I thought you said the divine blessing prevents entry. Preparation is never a bad thing. I'll be as quick as possible. He bowed and then walked off. Come to think of it, would Rhine know something? Alon's thoughts turned to Rhine's library. When he looked toward her, she wore a serious expression, as if something had come to mind. Just as Alon was about to call out to her. You A voice interrupted. The white-haired girl had approached without him noticing. Her purple eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, like reflected moonlight. She hesitated, rubbing the front of her dirt-stained dress. Thank you for saving me. Then she bowed deeply. Her trembling voice echoed through the space. As if trying to suppress her unease, she fidgeted with her soiled dress. Alon, looking down at the girl's white head, noticed a wound that had remained despite Penia's healing magic. Are you all right? Why, I'm fine. She exaggeratedly puffed out her chest, as if to prove her strength. It was both pitiful and endearing. What's your name? Ryanga. When he asked, her shoulders shrank slightly. Ryanga. Alon repeated her name a few times in his mouth. It was a good name. And then, Ryanga. Why, is something wrong? A strange sense of déjà vu brushed past his mind. Alon knew that name. Yes, he definitely knew it. As he searched his memory, he realized whose name it was. His eyes widened instinctively. Silence filled the space. Once he calmed his thoughts, Alon carefully asked, Ryanga, can I ask you something? Yeah, it's okay. What is your race? My race? Yes. At his question, Ryanga's expression turned slightly anxious. Then, I'm a demonkin. She mumbled quietly. At that answer, Alon let out a quiet breath and looked at her forehead. There, a small but unmistakable horn had grown. The demonkin, they are known to use unique, non-repeating true names among their kind, correct? Just to confirm, Alon asked again. Why, but how does a human know that? Ryanga looked slightly surprised. Alon let out an involuntary chuckle. Because he had realized who she was. He knew the name. And, as far as he knew, there was only one white-haired, purple-eyed demonkin with that name. One of the 4 great powers. The ruler of the 100 ghosts, Hayeki. Godfather, I believe, we might be in the past. The past? Yes, approximately 700 years ago. Because it was the name of the demon lord. Only then did Alon understand. This place was 700 years in the past. Chapter 234. Hey, could you do me a favor? Right after realizing that this place was 700 years in the past. While Alon was still processing the shocking truth with a dazed mind, he heard Ryanga's voice. Alon responded for now. Tell me, could you take me to Dalma? Dalma? Yeah, my family is there. Ryanga glanced at him cautiously. However, Alon's mind was still stuck on the fact that this place is the past. Is there no chance this is a mistake? He looked at Rhine. She was still lost in thought, wearing a serious expression. It didn't seem likely that her deduction was a mistake. Aside from the restricted information she couldn't access, Rhine held most of the available knowledge in her mind. So this really is the past, and this girl is truly Hayeki of the past. Ryanga, still anxious, fidgeted with the hem of her dress. Watching her, a sudden thought crossed Alon's mind. She has white hair and purple eyes here. As far as he knew, Hayeki originally had white hair. However, the Hayeki he saw before coming to the past had black hair. A change in hair color. Of course, she looked exactly the same otherwise, but how did this happen? His thoughts grew more complicated. I'll give you my soul. But before he could delve deeper, a sudden outburst snapped him out of his thoughts. What do you mean by that? You need compensation, right? If you take me to Dalma, I'll give you my soul. For a brief moment, he wondered what it even meant to give one's soul. But Alan quickly thought it through and answered, I don't need compensation. Did she take that as a refusal? A sigh escaped Ryang's lips. And then, tears began to well up in her purple eyes, breaking the forced bravado she had been trying to maintain. Seeing that, Alan quickly continued, I'll help you, so don't worry too much. Really? Yeah. Given the current situation, helping someone was far from the most rational choice. But if this truly was the past, forming a positive connection with Hayaki could be a great advantage in the future. Maybe it was this very bond that made her help me back then. It wasn't certain, but it was a possibility. Alan gently patted the girl's shoulder in encouragement. So don't be too anxious. At that, Ryanga's lips parted in disbelief. Why? Why are you helping me without asking for anything in return? A mix of joy and confusion showed on her face. Alan wondered how he should answer. Because in the future, you'll become the ridiculously powerful leader of one of the 4 great forces, so I'm investing in our relationship early on to gain favor. Yeah, no way he could just say that. After a brief deliberation, Alan made his decision. It's goodwill. Goodwill. Yeah. It was a bit of a stretch, but for now, it was the best answer. He had considered making her owe him a debt instead. But a simple act of goodwill would likely have a more positive impact on a child. Got it, Tilda. Fortunately, she seemed convinced. With a much brighter expression than before, the girl nodded and disappeared. This is the past. As if waiting for confirmation, Pena recoiled in shock. Yes, probably. What? That can't be. According to my calculations, there's no way we could have been flung into the past. It's definitely the past. The story Rangbin just told happened 700 years ago. Pena's expression screamed, we're so screwed. Hello? Then, as if something had occurred to her, she let out a thoughtful Tilda and turned to Rhine. Hey, Rhine, if this really is 700 years in the past, then aren't there still mages around? No, they should be gone by now. However, there might still be remnants of their assets. Hearing that, Pena's gaze froze on a single spot. Beep, 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 beep. As if a machine were processing calculations, Pena's mind went into overdrive. Time travel and a mage's legacy. And 700 years ago is exactly the end of the Forgotten Gods era, when most history was lost, if I can gather even a little information about magic from here. Ding! The calculations finished, and Pena's blue eyes turned golden. She stared into empty space, her mouth curling into a dazed grin. Seeing her in a state of bliss, Alan asked, Is it really that great? It's not just great, it's overflowing with possibilities. It's an opportunity to experience time travel and research a lost magical heritage to present my findings. Well, having a positive attitude isn't bad, but are we sure we can go back? In truth, Alan was counting on the possibility of returning, which was why he had decided to build a positive connection with Ryanga. At that moment, Pena let out a small gasp. Then, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, she replied, Yes. Seriously. Is that true? Both Alan and Rhine, genuinely surprised, asked again. Pena shrugged. Yes, it's possible. Of course, we need to find the distorted gate, and the Marquis has to be able to manipulate time-space according to my specifications, but... And exactly how do we return to the future? Let me explain simply. I told you before that the distorted gate was created in an unstable point in time-space, remember? Indeed, Pena had said that. My hypothesis was correct. However, I miscalculated one thing. I assumed that the space created when time-space fractured would remain unchanged. Remain unchanged. Yes, I mentioned before that because we were inside the generated space, we weren't affected. As Alon nodded, Pena continued. That assumption was the problem. I thought that since the leftover space wasn't broken, it wouldn't be affected. I get that much, but how does that help us go back? At Alon's question, Pena held up a finger. It's simple. If we artificially shatter time-space, we can manually adjust the settings of the distorted gate. Is that possible? Normally no, but... Pena let out a mischievous laugh and confidently puffed out her chest. I told you, did I? I investigated how much the Marquis's magic would react to the distorted gate. No way. Correct. That means I have the exact spatio-temporal values from that moment stored in my head. Pena tapped her head proudly. Ooh. As Alon let out a sound of admiration, Pena let out a smug ahem and curled her lips into a cat-like grin. Anyway, as long as we find the distorted gate, going back is totally okay. However, that's great news, but what if the distorted gate isn't there? At Ryan's sudden question, Pena, who had been full of confidence, instantly froze. That, I hadn't considered that. She glanced around nervously as she spoke. Then finding the distorted gate is our first priority. Just as Alon finished speaking, I have returned. Rainbow was back. Hash. Unfortunately, I do not know much about the distorted gate itself, but I am aware of a similar phenomenon. You are? Yes. Alon listened as Rangbin shared an intriguing story. It's similar to the ability Barma uses. Yes, I am not sure if it is the distorted gate, but when you enter the portal, a completely violet world appears. Also, from what I know, there is someone in the Union who can use a similar power. Who? One of the 5 gods of Calgunius, a being named Yongren. I believe they can use a power similar to Barma's. Calgunius. Hearing that familiar name once again reminded Alon that he was truly in the past. Then, if we head to the Union, we can meet this god named Yongren. That is correct, but at this moment returning to the Union is practically impossible. Why? This land originally belonged to our race, but now it is close to Barma's heartland. In other words, to escape and reach the Union, we would have to break through the front lines. We lack the military strength. Rangbin nodded at Alon's words. If there were a hidden path, that would be ideal, but to my knowledge none exist. Even if there were, they are likely all blocked. Additionally, they had no idea what was happening at the front lines, making it too dangerous to move. As Rangbin let out a sigh, Alon asked, so at this point, is there no way to reach the Union? After some contemplation, Rangbin carefully opened his mouth. There is one possibility. What is it? We rescue the other non-humans held in the temples. There are more temples. Rangbin nodded. Yes, I know of at least 10. If we can gather enough manpower from them, breaking through the front lines and escaping to the Union wouldn't be impossible. And with the power you displayed, Lord Alon, breaking through shouldn't be too difficult. Rangbin shared his opinion. At that moment, Pena, who had been silent until now, chimed in. What factors should we consider when carrying out this plan? Time, above all else. Right now, there are no strong believers stationed at the temples, but if multiple temples start falling in succession, the fanatical knights and apostles deployed at the front lines will be sent here. Then we should assume the countdown has already begun. Realistically, I doubt they would act just because a single temple was destroyed, but if we take everything into account. Rangbin pondered for a moment before answering. We likely have about a month. After considering his words, Alan nodded. That's our only option then. Hash hash hash. As Rangbin suggested, they decided to rescue the captives in the temples and escape to the Union. Thus, Alan established two main goals. First, he needed to reach the Union and meet the god Yongren to request their help in utilizing the distorted gate and escaping the past. Second, he would be as kind as possible to Hayeki, Ryanga, and build a good relationship with her. Since she would become one of the four great powers in the future, having her as an ally could only be beneficial. He also considered forming connections with the longevity race, some of whom appeared in Psychedelia. However, he didn't prioritize that goal. He didn't recall any notable figures from his knowledge who should currently be imprisoned in the temples. At least that's what he thought. Thank you so much. Thank you for saving me and my sister truly. 2 days after, they set the plan in motion. Alan had moved immediately to another temple, taken care of the believers there, and rescued a boy. The boy clung tightly to a girl, holding her as if she were the most precious thing in the world, tears streaming down his face. Alan had saved the girl just in time before she could be violated. The boy's tear-streaked face was covered in strange, intricate tattoos. And the boy Alan had rescued. May I ask your name? Nangwon, my name is Nangwon. Thank you, truly thank you. Was the man who would one day become the leader of the Jujiosa, one of the four great powers in the future. Why is he here? Alan found himself staring blankly, lost in thought. Chapter 235. One of the four great powers, the leader of the Jujiosa. The king of curses, Chenju, Chinese letter. Truly thank you. Seeing Nangwon bow his head repeatedly, expressing boundless gratitude for the current situation, Alan found it curious why he was here. He actually looked quite normal when he was younger. The Nangwon Alan saw in Psychedelia looked different from now. The strange tattoos on his face and his heterochromatic eyes. The long surgical scar, stretching from his cheek to his right collarbone, which was practically his symbol. If not for those features, it would have been nearly impossible to associate him with Chenju. How could anyone link the bald, scarred Chenju with the beautiful boy standing before him? If he hadn't heard the story that his sister had been the trigger for him becoming the king of curses, he might never have believed it. Sir Alan, are you planning to take him as well? The moment of surprise was brief. A voice filled with hostility came from beside him. It was Rangbin. Just moments ago, Nangwon had been holding onto his sister. Now he hurriedly cried out, "PL, please, don't abandon us. We are different from the northern demons." All demons are the same. What different kind of demon could you be? At the cold response, Nangwon's expression was drenched in despair. Alan tried to recall Nangwon's race from his memory. Was he a half-demon? Half-demon. A race known to have been wiped out centuries ago, by the time the original Psychedelia story began. Beyond that, he couldn't remember much. No matter how much he had played the game, he hadn't delved into its lore so deeply as to memorize every past detail like the abyss itself. From the conversation between Rangbin and Nangwon, he could roughly grasp the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Alan looked at the despairing Nangwon. "I'll take him." "Are you saying you'll take in a half-demon?" Rangbin asked again, as if he couldn't believe it. Alan nodded. "Yes. Forgive me for speaking out, Sir Alan, but he is a half-demon. Half-demons are a treacherous race. You never know when they might stab you in the back." "I am not like that." Nangwon desperately denied it with his entire body. but even his frantic gestures did nothing to soften Rangbin's twisted expression. Half-demons are dangerous, and putting aside my personal opinion, taking one into the escape group will not be beneficial, especially in a desperate situation like this, where we have no hope left. Indeed, his words made sense. If the public perception of half-demons was as bad as, or worse than, Rangbin, bringing Nangwon along would be a poor decision in many ways. Even if one set aside personal prejudice, there was plenty of reason to oppose it. However, despite all of that, Alan had already made up his mind to save Nangwon. A brief silence filled the space. "Even so, I will take him," Alan said calmly. "Are you serious?" Rangbin asked once more. Alan understood his concerns, but nodded anyway. Everyone here is in the same situation. None of them wanted to be brought here, and all have suffered terrible pain. They had witnessed horrors and endured agony beyond imagination. And yet, just because of a difference in race, you would deny someone a helping hand, using race as the deciding factor for who lives or dies. That would be like creating an even greater hell within this already existing hell. "I'm taking him." If his mind worked a little faster, he might have come up with something more convincing to say. Or so Alan thought briefly. "Understood." Rangbin eventually nodded. "However, while you may take the boy, I believe you will have to give up on the girl." No. Nangwon panicked even more than before. His eyes, now red with tears, showed his desperate refusal to let go of his sister. Alan turned to Rangbin instead. "Why?" Rangbin's gaze shifted toward one side. "The Barma bastards have already done their work. Look at her leg." When Alan looked down, he saw a massive, pulsating egg embedded in the girl's flesh. It is one of Barma's authorities. The moment an egg is implanted into a body in any form, the host has no choice but to supply it with nutrients until the parasite is born. What happens when the parasite is born? The host dies, and if we take her along, the Barma cultists will track our location. You're saying they can trace us? While regular cultists may not be able to, bishops likely can. That's a lie. Rangbin's explanation shattered the fragile hope Nangwon had been holding onto, twisting his face in despair. "It's not a lie. If I wanted to deceive you, I would have made half-demons sound even worse." But Rangbin's grim expression was proof enough that his words were true. A cough. Nangwon's sister, who had been barely breathing moments ago, suddenly burst into a violent fit of coughing. Sister. Tears welled up in Nangwon's eyes and began to stream down his cheeks. His sister, brushing his damp face gently, looked at Alan. "Truly thank you. Please take care of my little brother, no matter what." A request to leave her behind, but to ensure her brother's survival at any cost. Tears flowed endlessly from her eyes as she forced out her final plea. Her little brother, unable to cry out loud, clung to her even tighter. Alan, watching the siblings, unknowingly let out a deep sigh and lifted his gaze. The sky was still ashen, and beneath that gray expanse, too many tragedies were taking shape. It was stifling, unbearably so, to the point where even his heart felt painted in shades of gray. At that moment, "Godfather, what is it? Do you wish to save that sister?" Rhine asked calmly. Alan turned to her. "Is there a way? That thing, if we act now, we might be able to remove it." Without revealing any emotion, she simply observed the girl's leg and spoke bluntly. "I think so too." As if agreeing, Peenia nodded as well. Rhine took another step closer to the girl. "That parasite is currently draining the host's life force and converting it into some kind of energy before feeding it back in. It seems to be trying to integrate itself into a vital organ of the host, to prevent itself from being removed. Exactly, but since it hasn't progressed too far yet, I think we can still extract it. However, in order to remove it completely, we need to extract it from the root, but it looks like the parasite has already deeply embedded itself into her leg. That means, to save her life, we may have to amputate her leg. Given the circumstances, a delicate procedure was impossible. The only option was to remove the entire infected area. It was only a half-formed hope, but just as a solution emerged. No, maybe we can save her leg. Penia, lost in thought, suddenly spoke up. Ada. Hope began to shine in Nangwon's eyes. It had been exactly 2 weeks since Alan took in Nangwon. In the end, Nangwon's sister was saved without having to lose her leg. The reason it was possible was thanks to Kalinen's divine power. That parasite appears to be made of a weak form of divinity. Normally, magic and divine power repel each other, so trying to extract it with magic would put her life at risk. But with Kalinen's divine power, we can safely remove it. Following Penia's advice, Alan used Kalinen's divine power and successfully saved the sister without much difficulty. And, brother, I brought you some food. You didn't have to. No, even if it's something small like this, I want to be of help to you. Thanks to that, Alan now had another younger brother. A truly devoted one. As he accepted the roasted sweet potato Nangwon handed him, he idly noted that heterochromatic eyes could sparkle like that. Thank you. No, I will serve you for life. He almost responded with, you don't have to go that far, but... Seeing Nangwon's firm resolve as he nodded with determination, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Alan ended up nodding back without thinking. At that moment, Ryanga, who was also carrying a sweet potato, grimaced as she approached Alan. Hey, it was my turn. What do you mean, your turn? You were too slow, and I brought it to brother before he got hungry. That was the spark that ignited a squabble between Ryanga and Nangwon. Considering their future status and power, the thought that these two, who could wipe out entire nations when they fought, were now just bickering over food momentarily filled Alan with a strange sense of grandeur. Sir Alan, so you were here. Alan turned to Rangbin, who had come looking for him. How's the situation? It's good. Especially this time, we have a high number of survivors, and most of them are soldiers captured from the Union rather than civilians. That was good news. Over the past 2 weeks, Alan had attacked more than 5 different temples, rescuing people in addition to Nangwon. As a result, even more people were now gathered in the hideout. Also, thanks to you, morale isn't too bad either. Because of me. Yes, a god's mere presence is enough to be a source of strength for people. Rangbin's words reminded Alan of when people first started calling him a god. If I remember correctly, it started when I saved Nangwon. Since then, Alan had healed several others at the temples, similar to Nangwon's sister. First, it was a member of the dragon kin. Then, a race covered in horns that even Alan had never seen before. Lastly, an elf. Because of these miraculous acts, Alan had come to be revered as a god by those around him. He didn't outright deny it. For now, simply not rejecting the title came with many benefits. It didn't seem like he had actually developed a divine presence yet, but just being called a god and giving people something to believe in significantly improved the atmosphere in the hideout. Where there had been only fear and despair, a faint but undeniable sense of hope had begun to take root in their eyes. However, not all the news is good. Though, yes, it seems the Barma cult will be making a move soon. That makes sense. We've been rampaging for 2 weeks. They were bound to react eventually. Technically, there are still dozens of temples left, so we could take more time if we wanted, but you're saying we should prepare. Exactly. We need to gather the remaining and move north as quickly as possible. How many are left in this area? About 3. Once we rescue everyone there, we can continue moving upward while gathering more people. And then, after hesitating for a moment, Rangbin spoke. It's about Dalma. Have you heard anything about Ryanga's homeland? Rangbin fell silent for a moment, then cautiously opened his mouth. I have something to tell you about that. His expression was somewhat grim. Hash, what did you say? Hidden, who had just returned from the north on Red Moon's orders, had received truly bizarre news. No, bizarre wasn't the right word. At least from Hidden's perspective, it was something much worse. Infuriating, ominous, something that could bring catastrophe. So with a serious expression, he asked Yuna again. But the answer he received. A great moon has perished. That's impossible. Did not change. No matter how many times he asked, the answer remained the same. So utterly, devastatingly the same. And then, have the other moons been informed? No, but since the information started spreading 5 hours ago, within a day or two. As Yuna continued speaking, Hidden fell silent, because he instinctively knew what would happen once this news spread. His eyes began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 236. About a week had passed since then, and Alan's group had successfully attacked 3 temples and rescued all remaining people. Now we're heading east, right? Yes, if we can increase our numbers while moving, it would be best to do so. Rangbin added that they already had enough people to take on a challenge if they wanted to. While he had a relieved expression on his face, he also expressed a hint of suspicion. Things are definitely going well, but something feels a bit off. Is this about the priests? Yes. Alan nodded. Lately, he had been thinking the same thing as Rangbin. It is strange that there's no response at all. Alan had attacked 8 temples over the past 3 weeks and rescued many people during that process. But considering how aggressive his actions were, it was odd that he hadn't faced any significant resistance so far. Should we consider the possibility that they're targeting something else? Just like Pina, who had been quietly pondering and then spoke up, Rangbin shook his head while watching Rhine silently rubbing her chin. I'm not sure. There are dozens of priests and the territory they control is vast, so a delayed response is possible, but this level of inaction is strange, more than anything. Rangbin recalled a previous temple they had raided and continued. It's clear they know we've attacked other locations, yet they haven't sent reinforcements. That's suspicious. As Rangbin trailed off, lost in thought, Alan asked, Is something bothering you? It might be too optimistic, but perhaps it's because of the front lines. The front lines. According to a soldier who was dragged into the temple 2 months ago. The battles at the front have been so intense that there's been no time to rest. So they can't spare troops to send here. Yes, again, this might be an overly hopeful perspective, but it's not an impossible explanation. Though Rangbin added that the situation on the front lines didn't seem favorable either, their discussion soon moved on. Well, whatever the case, our plan hasn't changed. Let's stick to it. Understood. With Alan's statement, the meeting ended. I'll be heading out as well. After Rangbin left, Rhine was the first to rise. She seemed to be contemplating something deeply, and soon quietly slipped out. Watching her go, Alan sighed softly and turned inward, examining the divine power within him. Contrary to his initial worries, when they began assaulting the priests in earnest, his divine power was steadily recovering as usual. This puzzled Alan. It was about the recovery of his divine power. At first, Alon hadn't questioned it because he hadn't realized this place was in the past. But now that he knew the truth, while it made sense that divine power he had received could accumulate, the fact that it was recovering was undeniably strange. What could it be? Alon's thoughts were interrupted. Marquis, by the way, have you been experimenting with that thing you mentioned before? Pina asked. Alon nodded. I've been trying, but the divine power consumption is too high, so I haven't been able to properly use it yet. What Alon and Pina were discussing was about transmutation. Or more precisely, it was about the magic they had originally been researching. Transmutation, brain god, was merely a byproduct of that research, and the main project was still in the experimental phase. It seems like optimization is the problem. How about trying this? I've noticed something recently while watching you use it. They stayed in the meeting room a bit longer, discussing the magic. I'd love to run some experiments, but for now, I need to conserve my strength as much as possible. Let's leave it at that. Okay, I'll get going too. As they wrapped up the conversation, Alon's eyes were drawn to the book in Pinia's hands. A book? Yes, I found it in an abandoned house during our travels. Turns out it's a magic tome. It's written in an ancient language, so it's hard to read, but the contents are fascinating. Apparently eager to keep reading, Pina quickly said, "Well, I'll be off now," and dashed away like a squirrel. Alon watched her disappear, then began walking. Rianga. Oh, Chief. He soon found Rianga sitting absent-mindedly in a quiet corner of the cave, deep in thought. Her expression, once blank, brightened slightly with a gentle smile when she saw Alon. Were you thinking about Dalma? Was it that obvious? Yeah. She no longer fumbled for words like before, and could now answer more smoothly. After an awkward laugh, Rianga quickly shook her head. But I'm sure they're all doing fine. Our race don't die that easily. Seeing her try so hard to appear cheerful, Alon quietly sighed. Her mood had noticeably darkened since a week ago, and it was Alon's fault. More precisely, it was because of the information he had passed on to her, obtained from the prisoners they rescued from the last temple. News that Dalma, her village, had been repeatedly invaded by Barma as the battle lines constantly shifted. Like I told you before, we have hideouts like this one. I bet they're all hiding there, or maybe they escaped. Alon recalled the moment he had first told her about Dalma. Even then, instead of despair, Rianga had nodded firmly, her expression filled with unwavering belief. She didn't look like a child at all. But perhaps it was precisely because she was a child that she could believe so purely. Alon looked at her slightly trembling hands. Many comforting words came to mind, but he chose not to say them. Rhine, Pina, and Alon all knew the same thing. That in this gray world, countless tragedies are born each day, and despair runs rampant. So he understood that empty words of comfort, spoken out of instinct, could only deepen the wounds of a child like her. Come talk to me whenever you need. Alon gently patted Rianga's head and simply said those words. Okay, Chief. Though not all her sadness had vanished, her expression brightened slightly as she nodded. Alon found himself curious. There's something I've been meaning to ask. What is it? Why do you call me Chief? He was referring to the title she had suddenly started using for him not long ago. Well, you're leading us, aren't you? That's true, but still. Then you're the chief. So it's just a vibe. Isn't that what it is? If someone's leading us all, they're the chief. It was a strange logic, but it made some sense. As Alon paused to think. Ahem. Someone cleared their throat loudly, clearly wanting attention. Ah, there you are. As Alon turned, he saw a young girl approaching as if she hadn't just tried to get noticed moments ago. Blonde hair with two small horns poking through, a tail wrapped around her waist, and pink eyes with a reptilian sheen. "O noble one, I have come to personally deliver your dinner." She proudly held out a sweet potato. Dinner had already ended some time ago. Alan reached out, puzzled, to accept the sweet potato. "Here, Chief." "Hey." Rihanna suddenly snatched it away and placed it in Alan's hand herself. "Why, you brat, what do you think you're doing?" "What?" I handed it over. I was going to give it to him. As the girl stomped around in frustration, Alan finally opened his mouth. "Thank you, Arquil Sequil." "Arquilanaces." "Right, R." The girl who had howled, "It's Arquilanaces," let out a grumbling noise and then turned her body away. "Wow, she's sulking again. She's such a sulker." "I am not." "You're totally sulking." "I said I'm not." Watching no, Arquilanaces shout back at Rihanna's teasing, Alan smiled lightly to himself. Looks like she's finally recovered. Was a young dragonkin girl Alan had rescued after saving Nangwon. From what he'd heard, she was a half-dragon who carried the blood of a black dragon. The problem is, she's still too young to be of much help. When he first rescued her, Alan had briefly held some hope. At the time, she had been wrapped in chains as if she were a dangerous being, so he had believed she would become a great asset. But contrary to expectations, she was only 8 years old, very young even for a half-dragon, and thus not much help in combat. In fact, for a whole week after she was rescued, she cried non-stop, wrapping her tail around Alan's waist all day long, which had been a bit troublesome. Still, I'm glad she's regained her energy now. Alan recalled how she had slowly recovered, with constant comfort and encouragement. He had said so many things just to console her when she cried in sorrow. "I will avenge you. Do not underestimate the wrath of a black dragon. Go ahead and try." As Alan watched passionately shouting again, he found himself wondering, did a black dragon named ever appear in the original story? Dragons, by nature, live for an extremely long time. That holds true even for a half-dragon like So considering her lifespan, it wouldn't be strange for her to appear in psychedelia, yet Alan had no recollection of ever hearing her name. Was she originally meant to die? If so, it would explain why she never appeared in the story. But the thought kept circling back. If I hadn't saved Rihanna or Nangwon, how would they have escaped? Maybe not Nangwon, but Rihanna had been in real danger. Alan remembered the moment he had saved her. At least from his perspective, if he hadn't intervened back then, Rihanna would surely have died. After thinking on it briefly, Alan let the thought go. In the end, that wasn't what mattered right now. "I hope things go according to plan," he muttered quietly to himself, recalling his conversation with Rangbin. The next day, Alan set off toward the eastern region, leading all those he had rescued so far. On the way, as planned, he attacked 2 more temples and freed more prisoners. The situation was even better than expected. Other than the 2 raids along the way, they hadn't encountered any battles. At the last temple, they rescued a large number of soldiers from the Union. Unlike the gloomy gray skis that had loomed for dozens of days now, Alan's group steadily grew in number and continued moving forward. If things kept going this way, they might just be able to break through the front lines without issue. Everything was going far too smoothly. So smoothly, in fact, that it started to feel ominous. HRRMPH, welcome. And as always, Alan's instincts proved right. Enemy attack. Form ranks to the front. Alan frowned slightly and looked around. They were currently at the southeastern edge of the border zone, where fierce battles still raged. Unlike the open grasslands, this area was a canyon. Normally, the cultists of Barma should have been stationed beyond the canyon's end. I had a bad feeling. Peenia sighed beside him, and Rhine remained silent. Damn it, there's two apostles. As he heard Rangbin mutter with a scowl, Alon turned his gaze forward. There the canyon was filled with cultists. Not just on the ground. They were spilling out from above the cliffs and crawling out of tunnels carved into the canyon walls. Bizarre monsters with unnaturally long limbs were climbing the cliffs, drooling as they let out unsettling screeches. The cultists. Even the parasites. Alon heard people whisper in dismay around him. Voices filled with despair and grief began spreading like wildfire. But the biggest reason Alon sensed things were going very wrong. Rhine. I'm sorry, Godfather. It was because of the grotesque red tendrils that had appeared, blocking Rhine's attacks. They looked like blood vessels, resembling the tree-like tendrils they had faced against greed before. As soon as they emerged, Rhine's golden crown shot forward, only to be stopped completely. And the reason was none other than the man standing ahead, an apostle. Well, well, I've been waiting so long for this moment. You're going to be worth the wait. As Alon glared at him, the man who had just moments ago been grinning smugly stepped forward. Strange black horns grew from his head, and he wore a black cultist robe. There was something oddly familiar about the man as he bowed gracefully. First, let me thank you. I am Barma's second apostle, Rumorfa. A word Alon didn't expect came from the man's mouth. Thank us. Rumorfa twisted his head with a creepy grin. Because you followed our guidance all the way here. Guidance? Yes, did you really think you reached this place through sheer skill or brilliance? Rumorfa's lips curved into a wider grin, and his voice grew louder. As if, the reason you were able to raid the temples without any resistance. The reason you rescued the sacrifices so easily. And the reason they quietly let themselves be martyred even when you attacked, was all. Lifting his arms high, as if he ruled the entire world. He let out a slow grin again. It was me. I ordered it all to gather you here. Even if that meant sacrificing so many innocent people. The sacrifices of our great Barma's followers are tragic, but necessary. After all, we need their faith and souls for his will. Alon fell silent. He was beginning to understand what Rumorfa meant. He had definitely heard something like this from Callanan before. That faith could be gathered this way. In the end, the essence of faith is emotion. The stronger the emotion, the more powerful the faith offered. In that sense, mass slaughter is one of the easiest ways to gather it. You just have to trample people, brutally, horrifically, and hopelessly. And if you want even more faith, just give them a little hope. Hope is like fire. If you control it, it warms, but if not, it burns everything to ash. Recalling Callanan's voice, Alon had no choice but to admit. They had walked right into a trap. The situation was dire. The cultists had appeared. Rumorfa's speech. Everything that had happened so suddenly had plunged everyone into despair and grief. Not a single person was free from the heavy air. Rhine's attacks were blocked by the red tendrils. Peenia, who was preparing a wide area defensive spell, had realized their disadvantage, and her face twisted with tension. They were already fully in place as sacrificial offerings. And yet, despite all that, Alon did not shrink back. Instead, Peenia. Yes, Marquis. He was preparing a move. A move he had been crafting ever since coming to this place. Chapter 237. Alon calmly let out a breath and looked ahead once more. Above the canyon, soldiers stood armed with bows and spears, ready to rain them down at any moment. On the cliffs, monsters with abnormally long limbs drooled incessantly. And ahead of them, a massive congregation of cultists blocked their path, so large in number it drew a sigh by itself. That wasn't all. The red tendrils wielded by Rumerfa, currently holding back Rhine's golden crown, had begun to engulf the entire canyon, as if to show they still had power to spare. Thus began a vicious cycle. Fear gave birth to despair, and despair birthed grief. It spread, creating despair and grief in others, and in turn more fear. That endless loop stripped away hope from everyone present, just as those before them desired. Alan assessed the situation with cold precision. In this situation, breaking through such an overwhelming army and escaping toward the Alliance was virtually impossible. If the enemies before him were at the level of the priests they had faced before, it might have been possible. But they weren't some weak rabble. They must be able to wield divine power. The sickening, divine energy emanating from the soldiers made that clear. It told him unmistakably, these foes were on an entirely different level from those they'd fought until now. And that wasn't all. Apostles. Alan frowned as he looked at the two apostles standing ahead. Both wore expressions twisted in pleasure and were obvious threats. One had already revealed their power, but the other remained a mystery. In other words, even if Alan were to act alone now, the chance of escape was slim. Even if he took down the apostles, he couldn't possibly defeat every soldier present. That's why a change was needed. A change that could turn this crisis around. And to bring that change, hope was needed once more. Alan turned his gaze behind him. The first to enter his sight was Ryanga, standing with a hardened expression. Next was Nangwon, holding his sister's hand. Behind R, who trembled just as much, were soldiers sinking into despair. Watching them, Alan chewed his lips. Countless words that could ignite their fighting spirit flashed through his mind, only to vanish again. What should he say? What story would help? How could he break the chain of despair? In a time shorter than a blink. Alan pondered, and pondered again. Rangbin. Yes. I'll leave it to you. In the end, he made a choice. Yes. To say nothing at all. Instead, Greg. To show them. Without answering Rangbin's puzzled response, Alan simply walked forward and summoned his divinity. Zzzt. His black coat crackled with lightning, and the gray world was suddenly dyed with brilliant blue lightning. Two horns sprouted from above his head. Thunderlight flickered in his black eyes. And at last, what appeared was the god of lightning, who had saved other races from peril time and again. But Alan knew. This wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to dispel the despair clouding the soldiers behind him, nor enough to obliterate the cultists of Barma, who were already preparing to strike the moment he changed. So, who? Alan took it one step further. The moment Alan cloaked himself in lightning, the monsters screamed and charged toward the soldiers. Penia quickly cast a wide-range shield to create a barrier. The monsters slammed into the shield, but the barrier only covered the troops within. Alan, who had already moved toward the enemy army, stood exposed beyond its reach. Realizing this, the monsters instantly changed direction and lunged at Alan. In a flash, they were within striking distance. At that moment, permafrost. Alan flicked his finger. Crack! Black magic surged from Alan's gauntlet as an icy chill swept through the area. It was a spell Alan always used when fighting formidable foes. A spell created simply to stand upon a land of permafrost, anticipating the loss of magical ability due to divine constraints. But now things were different. Zzzt. From within the frost, Blue lightning erupted and electrocuted all the monsters near Alan, killing them instantly. Horrific screams rang out. But the monsters already caught within the permafrost zone turned helplessly to black ash. A full assault. Watching the scene, Rumerfa shouted in a panic. But at that very moment, 6 arms formed behind Alan's back. As the cultists, under the Apostle's command, all rushed to kill Alan. Crack! The first ice seal formed. After gaining his divinity, the first thing Alan discovered with Penia's research was shape-shifting. The second ice seal formed. But shape-shifting hadn't been Alan's original goal. It was merely an incidental result. Alan's true research objective was something else. At last, the third ice seal formed. His research was focused on using magic while enveloped in divinity. Alan, who had dedicated immense time to this study, was only able to reach a conclusion after coming here. The fourth ice seal. Magic used while cloaked in divinity carries the traits of that divinity. Alan looked ahead. The cultists, already closing in under the Apostle's orders, raised their weapons to strike at his neck. Hundreds of monsters leapt toward him, trampling over the bodies of their electrocuted kin. Eyes wide with fanatical madness, they charged. But even in the midst of it all, Alan formed the fifth ice seal. He looked up at the sky. Their clouds grew thicker, darkening the ashen world even more. The magic he created, imbued with the traits of divinity. And then, the moment the sixth ice seal was completed. Trait transformation. Sixth ice seal complete. Thunder ice. Along with Alan's murmuring, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Crack! A lightning strike that trapped everything. Rangbin felt despair. No, it wasn't just him. Everyone here felt despair. It was only natural. The enemy forces vastly outnumbered theirs. And more importantly, the Apostles were here. The Apostles of Barma. Those irrational beings who could single-handedly take on hundreds of Alliance soldiers and even oppose the gods themselves. There were 2 of them. Rangbin thought everything was over. No matter how strong Alan was, facing 2 Apostles was close to impossible. That's why he despaired. Until the world was split in 2. What the? Rangbin found himself muttering as he looked forward. There stood a massive pillar of ice and lightning, born from the strike. He looked up in a daze. The gigantic lightning bolt that had descended from the sky remained, its form intact, splitting the world down the middle. That wasn't all. Within the icy formation were countless cultists, who had just moments ago charged forward with vicious momentum. And it wasn't just the cultists. Even one of the Apostles, who had stood so confidently just seconds ago, was now frozen inside the ice, still wearing an expression of disbelief. And in front of them stood a man. His black coat fluttered, his lips pressed into a firm line. A man who said nothing, no, a god. At someone's awed gasp, every gaze turned to the man. A man standing proudly, splitting the world left and right. In the eyes of the soldiers looking at his back, there was no longer fear or despair. The fear that had ruled over them was now transferred to the cultists, unlike the Apostle trapped in the ice, Rumerfa, who had barely escaped the range of the lightning but lost his entire right arm. His vivid scream reached them all. That's impossible. And spread to the cultists. The expressions of the cultists, who had previously felt joy at the thought of hunting other races, twisted into fear. Terror spread among the soldiers who had rushed in to kill Alan. The bizarre zealotry that had fueled them began to dissipate. Watching it all, Rangbin finally understood what Alan meant earlier when he said, "I'm counting on you." A smile rose to Rangbin's lips. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. His body, which had felt like waterlogged cotton soaked in grief, now moved as if that weight had never existed. With more strength than ever before, his hand gripped the sword. "Everyone prepare for battle." Rangbin's voice boomed across the canyon. The soldiers, who had been dazed while staring at Alan's back, came to their senses and quickly grabbed their weapons. No longer did fear show on their faces. There was no sign of despair. No trace of grief either. Instead, a new emotion sparkled in everyone's eyes. Hope. Unmistakable hope shone brightly. "Comrades, raise your weapons." Rangbin shouted once more, raising his weapon high. With resolute eyes, he looked around at those standing beside him. Hope begets hope. Firmly gripped weapons, eyes unshaken as they stared down the terrified cultists. They shared hope with one another. "Do not be afraid." At his words, courage surged into everyone's gaze. "For we." And finally, CRRAACKK. The ice that had trapped the apostles and cultists and split the world in two exploded in a shower of white snow. And they saw. The ice that split the skis burst forth and pushed away the ashen clouds, allowing light to shine through. A brilliance they hadn't seen in so long. Radiant sunlight. And as they saw Alan's back standing against that brilliant sun, "God is with us." Rangbin's thunderous shout echoed across the battlefield. The soldiers, roaring like thunder, began charging toward the cultists, with the symbol of hope engraved deep in their hearts. Chapter 238. To sum it up, Alan and his group managed to break through the overwhelming number of cultists and reach the Allied side. We made it back alive." Really?" The soldiers murmured in disbelief, confirming that no cultists were pursuing them anymore. The path they had run through like madmen. What remained, there were just thousands of footprints. No cultists spewing madness in pursuit. No monsters drooling and snarling. There was nothing in sight. A silence settled on the earth. The soldiers, dazed as they stared at the path they had come from, unconsciously threw down their weapons. "We're alive. I can't believe we made it out of that crazy place, Tilda." They hugged one another, celebrating their survival. The joy of being alive. The relief of escape. Wrapped in hopeful emotions, they shouted so loudly it seemed to shake the entire forest. Huff, huff. Beside them, Peenia panted with her tongue out like a dog. Alan also let out a rough breath and leaned against a tree. "We made it out somehow." After catching his breath, Alan looked around at the soldiers. There were many survivors. However, naturally, their numbers had dropped significantly since their initial advance. It was to be expected. Even if Alan had slain dozens of enemies and a single apostle, striking fear and despair into the enemy while inspiring hope and courage in his allies. The overwhelming difference in forces inevitably led to casualties. A bitter feeling crept in, impossible to ignore. Familiar faces came into Alan's view as he surveyed the survivors. Rianga and R, embracing each other happily despite their ragged breathing. Nangwan and his sister, both crying tears of relief. And beside them, Rangbin, who had thrust his sword into the ground, letting out a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with the relief of survival. As Alan blankly stared at the scene, "A thank you." A soft voice reached him. When Alan turned his gaze, he saw a young girl bowing her head. She looked familiar. "You were the one who had fallen earlier." "Yes, if it weren't for you, Lord, I would have died." Alan quickly realized. She was one of the girls whose life he had just saved. "I'm glad. Truly thank you." The girl bowed even deeper. He had only seen her briefly, collapsed and in danger while they were running. Yet Alan remembered her clearly, because she was human. Among the forces following Alan now, having a human was a rare thing. "Thank you, Lord. If it weren't for you, I—" And then, one by one, those whom Alan had saved began offering their thanks with reverence and awe. Alan accepted their gratitude, then soon began moving again. They had shaken off the cultists' pursuit after breaking through the front lines, but they had not yet joined the Allied forces. As Alan resumed leading the group forward, Rangbin approached. "You said something seems off." "Yes." Rangbin's brow was furrowed, unlike before. "By this point, we should be seeing the Allied front lines, but it's strange that nothing is in sight. Is there a chance we took the wrong route?" "No, this is the right place." "Could something have gone wrong on the Allied side? Is that it?" Rangbin paused for a moment, then said, "It's not impossible something happened, but I doubt it's anything major. If we were dealing with the worst-case scenario we anticipated, the cultists would have definitely sent a pursuit party. Then the problem is, it's just odd that the front lines seem to have retreated this far, yet no pursuit came. That's what feels strange. Didn't the soldiers rescued from the last sacrificial temple say they were the most recently saved? They said it was about 3 weeks ago, yes, and even they feel something is off." After a brief moment of thought, "Still, we should keep moving for now. It's not like we have another option." "Understood." Alan chose to continue forward. Rangbin nodded immediately. The column pressed onward, determined to reach the Allied front lines without stopping. About 3 days passed. In that long yet short march, Alan discovered only one thing. The Allied front lines, which should definitely exist, were nowhere to be found. Of course, he hadn't received any intel or seen anything definitive. But circumstantially, it was strange. Alan and the soldiers had broken through the cultists' lines and had been walking eastward ever since. Yet the front lines never appeared. Despite that, the Barma cultists hadn't sent a single pursuer since Alan's escape, as if the Allied front lines were still firmly in place. Naturally, the soldiers started to feel something was wrong. Didn't they say it would take about a week to reach the Alliance? At our current pace, we should definitely arrive within that time. As dusk fell beneath the gray sky, Alan slowly nodded at Rangbin's report. "Hopefully, we'll learn something once we arrive." "I feel the same way." Rangbin let out a barely audible sigh. "Still, I'm sure we'll find answers once we get to the Alliance." "Is that so?" "Yes, I checked various spots as we passed through the east, and there are signs of retreat everywhere. I don't know why the cultists aren't advancing and are holding the front, but—" He concluded with, "We'll know once we arrive." Then a young girl approached Alan. "Lord here." "Thank you." Nod nod. As if she had been waiting, the girl handed Alan a sweet potato. A beastkin girl with large ears like sealrangs, she absent-mindedly played with her fluffy tail while gazing intently at Alan. Feeling a wordless pressure like, "Eat it now," Alan naturally bit into the sweet potato, recalling her name. Was it Rhea? She had been among those he rescued 3 days ago, along with the human girl, as he tore through the front lines. As if to repay the favor, the girl continued to bring Alan a sweet potato at every meal. She only brought one each time. However, the number of sweet potatoes Alan ended up eating per meal was nearly 4. No, it actually exceeded 4. Despite the current food shortage, Alan had been eating quite abundantly lately. There were 2 reasons for this, and one of them was, "Ah, you beat me to it. It was my turn." How outrageous, Tilda. Because the children were all rushing to bring sweet potatoes to him. Ryanga and Nangwon clenched their fists in frustration. the girl Alan had saved earlier, and R let out quiet sighs. Watching all of this, Alan once again accepted all the food the children had brought today. Honestly, it would have been fine if it ended there. This is food I brought from over there. It's fine. No, it's not. Lord must stay healthy. Please don't make us seem like ungrateful fools, Tilda. The problem was, he had to eat other foods too. Then I'll gratefully enjoy it. No. The soldiers backed away, bowing repeatedly as they left. In the wake of their retreat, aside from the 4 sweet potatoes, a mountain of fruits had piled up. The reason he couldn't help but overeat, instead of simply eating well. No matter when I see it, it's really a lot, Marquis. Seriously, Godfather. Pina and Rhine, sitting next to him, shook their heads in exasperation. Alan also let out a quiet sigh. The soldiers' worship had begun ever since he broke through the front lines 3 days ago. It wasn't exactly unpleasant for him, but it was definitely burdensome. Even now, for example, though the soldiers who brought the food seemed to have stepped back and disappeared. In truth, they were hiding at a distance, secretly watching to see when Alan would eat what they had offered. Because of that, I really hope we arrive soon. Alan continued to stuff sweet potatoes and fruit into his mouth. The sweet potatoes were still delicious, though. And then, about a day later, Alan arrived at Dalma, the place just before the Allied stronghold, and also where Rianga had asked to be taken when they first met. Dalma looked almost exactly as Alan had imagined. The village was in ruins. The houses had likely burned down, now reduced to charred ashes and blackened wood. The fields were covered in gray dust. Here and there were smears of blood, broken farming tools, and crumbled walls scattered across the area. It was nearly identical to the image Alan had envisioned of a village ravaged by an attack. However, there was one thing that had defied his expectations. The corpses gathered in the village square. Even Alan's usually emotionless face twisted into a grimace. That's how horrific the sight was. Even Alan, who had seen countless corpses, nearly gagged. Lurk! Goddamn! He heard the soldiers, voices murmuring near his ears. And then, Lay! Rianga's voice, once so spirited, rang out. It was fragile, like a glass orb that could shatter at any moment. Yusha Bludia. She was blankly staring up at the night sky. The Milky Way was beautiful. So beautiful that anyone would agree if asked. Yet there was no emotion in Yusha's expression as she gazed at it. Her lips were pressed into a flat line. The only emotion visible on her face was indifference. Still, Yusha continued to look at the Milky Way, as if trying to etch its image into her crimson eyes. At that moment, tap, a very small sound was heard. A soft, barely audible tap. Without changing her posture, Yusha turned toward the source of the sound. There stood Xiaoreng. Xiaoreng's face was pointed downward, hidden from view. But Yusha didn't need to see her face to understand her emotions. Because what Xiaoreng was feeling now was something Yusha knew very well herself. Still, Yusha spoke calmly. Xiaoreng, I'm sure I told you not to leave your post unless necessary. A monotone voice. A voice Xiaoreng feared. Yet despite that clear warning, you heard it, didn't you? Xiaoreng asked back, without a trace of fear. Rather. Tell me, Yusha, you heard the report, right? Then why did you order us to stay put? She dripped with simmering fury. Why are you so calm? You heard the report, didn't you? Master is dead. Master died, you know. We have to get revenge on those things called Agu, right? Even as Xiaoreng's voice overflowed with killing intent. Xiaoreng calmed down. Yusha only spoke with serenity. After a moment of silence, Xiaoreng finally said, Master is pitiful. She blurted it out. What? Master cared about you, Yusha, always, whether present or absent. But you didn't. Before they knew it, Xiaoreng had lifted her head. Her eyes, swollen from crying so much, were filled with betrayal and hostility. That's why Master is pitiful. The words were spat out like venom. In the heavy silence, the previously expressionless Yusha suddenly let out a chuckle, a small, bitter laugh. And then, it seems some discipline is in order, Xiaoreng. Yusha raised her index finger. With a face full of fury, unlike anything she had ever shown before. Chapter 239. Are you finally coming to your senses? Yusha stepped forward to stand in front of Xiaoreng, who was groaning in pain as she rolled on the ground. Xiaoreng a mess, covered in cuts and bruises all over. Unlike her, Yusha showed no signs of having taken any hits. Xiaoreng opened her mouth with a still hostile gaze. Master is pitiful. Covered in dirt. Tear-filled eyes. A voice slipping through clenched teeth. At Xiaoreng's trembling words, Yusha's expression hardened again. Her index finger twitched without her realizing it. And in that moment, Yusha's eyes filled with a heavy killing intent. You're a good person. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her head, and the killing intent subsided once more into the darkness. Her twitching index finger curled back in. Yusha let out a sigh. Don't provoke me like that, Xiaoreng. It's not like I don't get angry too. Then why do you seem so calm? Because my anger is aimed elsewhere. Elsewhere? That's right. I need to unleash my rage not on you but on them. Yusha stepped closer to the shaky-looking Xiaoreng and whispered something quietly into her ear. After hearing everything, Xiaoreng said, I'll be back. She turned around immediately. Unlike her weakened body, her face was filled with uncontainable fury. She took a few steps forward. Then Xiaoreng turned back to Yusha again. Just as confusion began to form on Yusha's face. Squeeze. Sorry, Yusha. I was just too angry. I thought you didn't care about Master, so I got mad. Xiaoreng rushed in and tightly embraced Yusha. Like a child clinging on, she stammered as she apologized. Yusha smiled, slowly raised her hand. It's okay, Xiaoreng. She gently stroked Xiaoreng's head for a while. I understand your feelings completely. Watching Xiaoreng vanish in an instant, leaving behind a small laugh. I truly understand. Yusha murmured. Because I felt the same way. She looked up at the Milky Way, illuminating the dark moonlit night. The mood among the soldiers had become unsettled after the Union collapsed, but after passing Dalma, it sank into total gloom. The hope that they had survived that hellish place had kept their morale from dropping too low until now. But the brutal scene they witnessed in Dalma showed them a chilling dose of reality. That night, in the camp where everyone except a minimal watch was asleep, preparing for the next day's march. Alan, trying to clear his mind, which was a bit more cluttered than usual, spotted Rianga walking alone toward the forest in the distance. He rose from his seat and followed her. Chief. Though it was the forest, oddly, there were no trees in that spot, and faint moonlight seeped through the gray sky. There, staring blankly at the sky, Rianga spoke without turning around. Alan hesitated for a moment, but soon stepped beside her. Yeah. Why are you here? Her face, usually so lively, was now devoid of energy. Rianga's eyes, as she looked at Alan, were clearly filled with deep sorrow, as if she had lost something incredibly precious. When Alan said nothing, she forced a fragile smile and said, Did you come because you're worried, afraid I might do something like before? Alan recalled what happened earlier in Dalma. After seeing the bodies of her parents and even the villagers, Rianga tried to end her life right there with a nearby blade, unable to believe what she saw. As if she had no will to live anymore. Alan glanced down at her hand. Rianga's left hand was wrapped in bandages. When he gave a small nod in response, Rianga, who had been silent, finally spoke in a weak voice. "Chief, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead. Why do you care about me?" Rianga lowered her head and looked at her own hands. "To be honest, I don't understand. I mean, I'm totally useless, aren't I? I can't do anything. I'm just a kid who happens to be a bit strong and I only cause trouble. I'm really no help at all." Her voice trailed off into a barely audible question. Why? Alan was conflicted. Objectively speaking, Rianga wasn't wrong. Unfortunately, her presence was of no help at the moment. Answering her question would have been simple. Why did he consistently show concern for a girl who was of no help? Because he knew she would become the leader of the 100 ghosts in the future. Yet he remained silent. Because he knew that wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. That's why Alan thought long and hard. He sensed instinctively that this answer was incredibly important. He hesitated, carefully choosing his words again and again. Then, thump! Suddenly, he realized that Rianga had thrown herself into his arms. Being shorter than him, she gripped his pants and buried her head. "You're a good person, Chief." She said that and just held tightly onto his thigh. After a moment, "Chief." "Yeah." "Can you grant me one request?" "What is it?" "Help me kill Barma." She spoke slowly. "If you help me, I'll give you everything I have." Alan looked down at Rianga. With her face buried in his thigh, he couldn't see her expression. But even so, he could feel it. That Rianga's words were completely sincere. Her voice was unlike anything before. It wasn't trembling with anxiety like the first time she made a request. It wasn't full of tears either. Nor was it a voice consumed by panic or rage. Rianga's voice was simply calm. It was so calm it gave him chills. That's why, after a long silence, Alan finally spoke. "All right." He gave Rianga the answer she wanted. He didn't add anything else. He didn't say her offer wasn't necessary. He offered no consolation. He simply responded with the same calmness she had. Because he knew what she needed now wasn't comfort, but a comrade willing to walk into hell with her, even if it meant staking everything on a contract. "Thank you truly." Rianga's voice came again, near Alan's ear. Her calm tone had begun to tremble slightly. "Really?" His thigh was slowly becoming wet. Alan instinctively moved his lips several times, trying to say something comforting, but stopped himself. He knew well that meaningless consolation had no power. Instead, Alan simply patted Rianga's head. Just silently. Beneath the faint moonlight, a quiet sobbing sound flowed softly. For a while, it continued. A few days passed after that. Rianga was slowly beginning to return to her old self. Of course, the innocent childlike brightness she once had was gone, but she was gradually regaining her energy. However, "Chief." "Yeah." "Want some sweet potatoes?" "Yes, please." "Just wait a sec." It was a little strange that this only happened when Alan was around. Then, as he watched Rianga run off in the distance, Alan suddenly remembered that day. The morning after they made their pact. Rianga hadn't been seen for a while, and only returned by lunchtime. The horns on her head, once barely noticeable, had grown longer. Her body reeked of blood. The moment he saw her, Alan realized what she had done the night before. He understood why the horns on her head had grown. and why her body smelled so strongly of blood. He had no choice but to understand. He had met the Queen of the 100 Ghosts several times in psychedelia. So he knew how she obtained her power. But Alan didn't say a word to Rihanna. He didn't want to comment on her choice. Phew, it's almost ready now. While Alan was still watching Rihanna from afar, Pina approached him and spoke. Alan nodded and followed her gaze. Thick fortress walls came into view. They were still quite far away, so it was hard to gather any information beyond their presence. But as Pina had said, Alan's group had managed to reach the Union base exactly on the 6th day. I see. Good thing nothing went wrong. Pina, sighing as if her life had been spared, suddenly clapped her hands as if she remembered something. Come to think of it, Lord Marquis, there was something I wanted to tell you. What is it? It's about the spell technique. Spell technique. She nodded and showed him the book in her hands. I finished reading it. Didn't you say it was hard to read because you barely recognized the characters? After a bit of study, I managed to get the gist. He was reminded again of how much of a genius Pina was. Was there anything useful in it? This book doesn't go into deep detail. It only gives a general understanding of spell techniques, so it doesn't seem to contain any truly critical info. But I found one point interesting. For example, it said that every mage contains the potential to become a god. The potential to become a god. Alan repeated, and Pina nodded, beginning to explain what she had read. Alan listened carefully to her explanation for a while. I'm not sure if my interpretation is accurate, but that's the general idea. So to become a mage, you first have to become a god. What if the spell technique isn't passed down from a predecessor? She added briefly that it was only written in the book and hadn't been cross-verified. Then, as if she remembered something, Pina called out to Alan. Oh, by the way, Lord Marquis. What is it? This might be a bit off topic, but how's your divinity? My divinity. Yes, I was wondering if it's been recovering well. At her words, Alan momentarily examined his inner self to check the divine nature of Kalanan. Unlike the other divinities that remained unchanged, Kalanan's divinity was still steadily recovering. No more than that. It's recovering faster than before. Alan opened his eyes with a strange expression at the clearly quicker rate of recovery. It's still recovering, but why do you ask? Because it's a little strange. It's the past, but it's recovering. Right, if this really is the past, then your divinity shouldn't be able to recover at all. Unless time and space are somehow connected. If we were inside the strange gate, that assumption might make sense. But this place isn't unstable, it's a fixed point in time and space. Anyway, we should just be thankful that you can use your divinity and make the most of it. Then, furrowing her brow, Pina began muttering to herself. Could time and space really be connected? But if that's true, then... Before anyone noticed, she had already fallen into her own world. At that moment, somewhere far away, deep in the jungle, inside a massive temple, sitting on a stone throne carved in an unmistakably ancient style, was a woman revered by a tribe, no, a small nation. A woman holding a blue glowing spear in one hand. With an indifferent expression, she stood tall above her people who bowed repeatedly in devotion. But inside, her thoughts were the opposite. Despite her detached, meaningless gaze, her mind was in turmoil. The reason was, where the hell is my divinity going? She had never used it. The divinity she had been saving solely to ascend, as a higher god, was disappearing without a trace. The amount and speed of gathered faith remained the same. Yet not only was it leaking without her realizing, even the faith she had painstakingly collected was vanishing endlessly. Why the hell? The woman, no. My divinity, give it back. The one called Kalinin, the lightning receiver, wore a pained expression behind her cold, composed face. Chapter 240. The next day, Alon and his group arrived at the Union late in the afternoon. Who goes there? Open the gate. At first, the soldiers showed a hint of caution at Rangbin's shout. W8, isn't that Lord Rangbin? But as soon as they confirmed Rangbin's face, in no way. Inform the upper ranks, Lord Rangbin has returned alive. They began moving busily. Rumbly tilde. Before long, the massive gates opened. Let's go. Following Rangbin's lead, Alon stepped inside the gates. Lina, you're alive tilde. Father tilde. You crazy brat, I knew you were alive. Don't give me that, you were wailing like I was dead. I told you I was alive. They witnessed a passionate reunion unfold. Soldiers tossed aside their weapons and ran toward familiar faces, embracing them. The atmosphere instantly became lively and noisy. At that moment, a beastman dressed in visibly antique-style clothing came running from afar. The middle-aged beastman approached Rangbin and opened his mouth in disbelief. Rangbin, you're really alive. He pulled him into a strong embrace. Father, don't you know who I am? Rangbin returned the hug, calling the man father. How long had it been since their emotional reunion? Just as they began to exchange stories, Rangbin's father turned his gaze behind. A human. He spotted Alon and clearly displayed hostility. Father, they were the ones who saved me. What, is that true? Humans saved you? Yes, specifically, those people did. Hearing his son's explanation, his eyes widened in a daze. He stayed silent for a moment, then walked up to Alon. Thank you truly. He deeply bowed his head. A sudden silence fell. I only did what needed to be done. Though he wondered at the abrupt quiet, Alon nodded respectfully. Let's continue this inside. Rangbin, who had been watching the two, gave an awkward smile and led Alon's group inside. They headed for the massive city at the center of the Union. As soon as Alon saw it, he instinctively froze. It felt strangely familiar, like he had seen it somewhere before. He tried to recall, but couldn't afford to stand still and stare forever. Eventually, after they arrived at the kingdom, Alon and the others took a short 2-hour rest, during which they learned an astonishing truth. It was a prince. That's correct. Rangbin, who had been traveling with Alon all this time, was a prince of the Eastern Kingdom. Penia's eyes widened in disbelief, and Rhine tilted her head, sensing something odd. At some point, Rangbin had changed out of his worn armor into elegant royal attire. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Arangira. He bowed with formal grace. Rhine, who had been frowning just moments ago, finally let out a sound of realization. So that's why you weren't in the library. She muttered just loud enough for only Alon to hear. Alon looked at Arangira. Why did you bother hiding your name? Strictly speaking, I didn't really hide it. I was indeed working as a warrior for the Chengmu Corps and simply didn't reveal my royal status to others. Even the other beastmen didn't know who you really were. Most didn't. Arangira answered without hesitation. As a prince, why choose to hide your identity and act as a warrior? It's a tradition that all Eastern princes must go through. Tradition. Yes, in order to inherit the throne, we must live at least 5 years hiding our identity. Even during a crisis, you still decided to follow that. Arangira shook his head. It wasn't so much about upholding tradition. I just didn't want to cause unnecessary conflict. If a group has two leaders, it invites problems. I see. Alan nodded in understanding, then paused. But for someone who wanted to stay hidden, the soldiers sure made a huge fuss the moment they saw you at the gate. Oh, that's because I made quite a name for myself as Rangbin. Did you? Yes, believe it or not, I climbed to the top rank among the Chingmu warriors all on my own. Penia, who was listening, gave Arangira a strange look. Well, that is true. Yes, but somehow it's annoying. Then Arangira's smile froze awkwardly. But only for a moment. Ahem. In any case, would you follow me? I've been briefed on the Union's general situation, but Lord Alan should hear it firsthand as well. Ah, and please feel free to continue calling me Rangbin. All right. Following Arangira, no, Rangbin, Alan's group began moving again. Welcome, O God from afar. Just after stepping through the massive palace doors, Alan came face to face with three people seated at a round table. An elf, a lizardman, and the middle-aged beastman from earlier. On the table sat an ornately decorated throne. Seeing it, Alan stepped forward and greeted them. I am Alan. He then sat at one side of the round table, guided by Rangbin. Penia and Rhine stood behind him protectively. The three figures studied one another. Let us begin by introducing ourselves. A short round of introductions followed. So they're the kings of each kingdom. As Alan suspected, these were the leaders of each race and the ones guiding the Union. King Surang of the Beastman Nation, the East. King Kalanda of the Elves, Land, Pilgrim. And Chief Riach, the great leader of the Lizardmen. After introductions concluded, the first to speak was Surang. I know I already thanked you, but once more, thank you for saving my son. King Surang bowed his head deeply. Even though it was in the past, Alan understood the weight and value of a king's bow. He could fully feel how deeply Surang cherished Rangbin. I've heard the general story from my son, but you are looking for Lord Yongren, correct? Yes, that's right. Surang got straight to the point, and when Alan nodded, Kalanda, who had been silent until then, spoke with a sorrowful expression. We are truly grateful that you rescued our dear brethren from that hell, but I'm afraid we cannot grant your request. May I ask why? The mood suddenly turned heavy at Alan's question. Regretfully, Lord Yongren sacrificed herself for us. The one who broke the silence and answered was Riach, who had remained quiet until now. What do you mean? Rangbin was the first to react. He looked confused, as if hearing this for the first time. Let me explain the current situation of the Union. Surang sighed deeply and began to describe the state of the Union with a troubled face. 30 minutes later. That's the situation as it stands. What Alan heard at the round table was far more serious than he had anticipated. He glanced around at the silent kings. Then, letting out a quiet, nearly invisible sigh, he began organizing the information in his head. Not long after the black beings had been dealt with through the sacrifices of dragons, mages, and many others, worshippers of Barma launched an attack from the human faction side. In response, the different races quickly formed a union to counter them. However, due to the aftermath of the previous battles, the alliance had been fighting at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Then, in the final battle that occurred a month ago, just as they were on the verge of total defeat, Yongren sacrificed herself, buying them 2 months of time. So that's why they pulled back the front lines. Were they preparing something? As Alan was organizing his thoughts, Surang muttered with a scowl. Damn those human bastards, if only they hadn't run away. Surang gritted his teeth in frustration. Seeing this, Alan asked. On the way here, Rangbin mentioned something about a human alliance. Did they flee? No, they never helped us in the first place. They didn't help you at all. That's right. Those damned bastards realized Barma was attacking us, not them, and backed out. Then, when they found out Barma was connected to the black beings, they've been pretending not to know anything ever since. Bastards. Now, Alan finally understood why Rangbin had shown such blatant hostility when talking about the human alliance. He continued his questioning. What do you mean by Barma and the black beings are connected? This time, Kalanda answered. It's just as it sounds. The apostles of Barma use a power similar to the black beings. A power similar to the black beings. Yes. I think I understand the general situation now. So then, is the Union currently preparing for the final battle scheduled in a month? Kalanda sighed even more heavily than before. We are preparing for the final battle, but the circumstances are not in our favor. Is there a problem? Just as Alan asked, and Kalanda was about to answer. There was a brief commotion outside, followed by a knock at the door. A soldier quickly entered and whispered something into Surang's ear. Surang immediately scowled. It seems I must go. What's the matter? There's been a problem with what we've been preparing. I'm sorry, but we'll have to continue this conversation tomorrow. He rose from his seat and hurried out. In the suddenly chaotic atmosphere, those left behind looked at one another in confusion. I suppose I'd better follow. Riach, now looking grim, went after Surang. Alan, seeing no other choice, was just about to rise from his seat when... Wait! Kalanda, who remained behind, suddenly looked up at Alan. Thank you. He bowed his head deeply. Alan was briefly startled by the sudden gesture. If it weren't for you, my daughter would have died. Your daughter? Yes, she's just coming in now. Following Kalanda's hand, Alan turned to look, and saw a human girl entering, as if she had been waiting. A girl who looked strangely familiar. Alan tilted his head slightly. You're that girl from before. The memory returned to him. She was the child he rescued during their last escape from the front lines, the one who first thanked him. While Alan stared at her blankly, the girl smiled, removed the bracelet from her wrist. And with that, her appearance began to change. Her short hair turned into long, flowing locks. Her brown eyes shifted into the distinctive pale blue of the elves. And then, let me introduce myself again, Lord. She bowed once more. My name is Magrina, Princess of Fildegreen. La. Alan let out a soft breath without realizing it.